Yeah. Sorry, I had my microphone muted. Hello. How you doing? Well, I'm talking to you, so it can't be too bad. That actually sets a pretty high floor above all the crap. There's a bunch of crap in the basement, but you know, how bad could it be, really? Yep. But at least we have THC. We found a plant that when you smoke it, it makes you feel good. And that's all that really matters.
I don't need any attention right now. Nice. What to take, what to choose. Not up for trading today, I'm afraid. Using a 5-finger discount.
Well, that's bad. The one problem with this plant is that you do have to set it on fire with a tiny little flame. On the plus side, the type of smoke you're doing, you only need to have that little fire for a short little time, and then, you know, just kind of does its own thing. For me, I have to keep the fire going. Well, you might want to deal with that first while you're thinking about it. Good. Turn it off. That's a very good Floyd. You did good there. Turn off the stove, and then you can go about your day. Good intuition. A medium will do that. It might not do it on its own, but you know, it'll still do it. Okay. Okay, you should still turn it off. Good. Hooray.
Ah, the family friend. Need something?
I mean, do you have enough weed to do that? I don't know if I could do that. Like, if I smoked this whole thing, I would probably not be passed out. Although, that being said, that might just be a guess, and I do get paid tomorrow. So, it might be the perfect day for such an experiment. Alright. Ooh, lightning scrolls. What? Uh-huh. Okay. Then don't. Do it another day. Today is not the day for that. That cleaning the kitchen and getting so high that you pass out are not the same day. And if you agonize over like, you have to pick one right now. Like you maybe yeah, at this point you need to commit to either not worrying about the kitchen at all, or go and doing the kitchen right now and just like abandoning whatever you're doing. Just ditch me, ditch the weed, go clean like a I don't know, a Melvin, and you know. So yeah, not today. Yeah. Do it later. Like if you fall asleep and wake up, do some dishes. But for now, just don't worry about it. You have my permission to just not worry about it at all. Normally, I'm fine to just crack the whip for you in that regard, because I know you like to get it done. But for today, no. For right now, just sit there and smoke. Maybe click on the link that I posted in IRC if you want to. Oh yeah, you did. You did, didn't you? Well, I'll link it in your PM. You don't have to, but, you know, cool shit might occur. Yeah. Mostly, I'm organizing the vendor's gold into little piles so that I can steal it. That's what, like, 80% of the game is right now. Yeah. Get double me for now. Okay. Okay, I'll turn off my voice.
Till next time.
Breathe quiet. Move with care. Well, that's interesting. From your pocket to mine. Well, that's interesting. Little bit of this, little bit of that. Using a
Welcome back. Have you made any new discoveries?
What's up for discussion? Better be cautious. Seems like a good moment to talk.
We'll be clearing out soon. No point in lingering now I've got the noble stock. Better wait till the hubbub's died down. We'll be clearing out soon enough. No point in lingering now I've got the noble stock. That's that then.
Just out of view. All mine. From your pocket to mine. Breathe deep and move.
Bibberben. Of course, it was Bibberben.
That's a friendly-looking shadow. Best get in and out. Not up for trading today, I'm afraid. I can take what I please. Interesting selection. Little bit of this, little bit of that. Using a 5-finger discount. What to take? Well, that's interesting. From your pocket to mine. Surely no one will notice.
This'll do wonders for the shop.
See that someone else joined the YouTube. Just leave comments and I will be able to read them.
fine thing. Try healing.
You kill him? Nah, he's captured him, right?
Could have killed him. He
The Blade of Frontiers at your calling. Are you sure? The Blade, and just when...
To think, Gales had this devastating war within himself the entire time, and only just mentioned it. Who'd keep a secret like that from his friends? You can't trust anyone these days. It's simple. Just find a vampire that will drink your blood and turn you into a vampire spawn. Their obedient puppet. In theory, the next step is to drink their blood. Once you've done that, you're free and a true vampire. People think the biggest threat to a vampire is a cleric with a stake. It's not. The biggest threat to a vampire is another vampire. They're scheming, paranoid, power-hungry beasts. So why would any vampire give up control over a spawn to create a competitor? Trust me, it doesn't happen. Darling, I thought you'd never ask. Lead on.
Such a headache.
Need anything else?
shooting arrows at this dwarf. It's great. Then this other guy twirls his fingers and some light comes in.
More goblins. What's next?
Yes, I ain't wasting arrows. Not me.
Yeah.
And I run up to the guy and think, try healing this.
Out of sight, out of mind.
You kill him?
Right, me.
Nah. He captured him, right?
Could have killed him. Easy.
Still alive, so that's progress. What to do?
Then this other guy twirls his fingers and some light comes out. And the dwarf just stops bleeding. Just stands back up.
Attention.
Booyah.
Yeah, they got some shit in magic out of it. So I start creeping round. Cause I ain't wasting arrows. Not me.
Sad as shit.
Yeah.
What's it
And I run up to the guy and think, try healing this.
You kill him? Nah. He captured him, right?
Could have killed him. Easy. But I didn't want to. I figured I'd give him to the drow. That'd keep me absolute happy. Then he turned. Oh, huge thing. Magic again. These much got holes in them or something.
This is making my...
So, I'm shooting arrows at this. Then this other guy twirls his fingers and some light comes out. And the dwarf just stops bleeding. Just stands back up.
Booyah.
Yeah, they got some shit in magicka. So I start creeping round. Cause I ain't wasting arrows. Not me.
Yeah.
And I run up to the guy and think, try healing this.
Nah. He captured him, right?
Could have killed him. Easy. But I didn't. Knock him back, lads. I'll be a big ol' boy. Ah! Absolute!
Bet them guts are nice and juicy. Doesn't make any sense.
got to be said.
Don't waste a step.
Oh, there, Vic.
What's up for discussion? Don't want to draw any attention.
So many minds connected. What could they accomplish? Welcome back. Have you made any new discoveries? Rebel Busk could sustain an entire village if seeded properly.
Not up for trading today, I'm afraid. I can take what I please. Well, that's interesting. From your pocket to mine. What to choose?
Ah!
Another family friend. Need something?
Never a dull moment.
Keep a blade close.
I shall be here in thy camp, as thou do.
Don't touch me.
Arrested for thieving. Unless you can find a way to settle this here and now.
Not up for trading today, I'm afraid.
Just another drink. Faith is obedience. Follow my teachings. Follow Rag. Obey the drow. Serve the
Ah, the family friend. Need something? Till next time.
That's a friendly-looking shadow. What do we have here? Surely no one will notice. Well, that's interesting. Not up for trading today, I'm afraid. Well, that's interesting. What to take? Nice. Surely no one will notice. Little bit of this, little bit of that. Using a 5-finger discount. What to choose? From your pocket to mine. Interesting selection. I can take what I please. All mine. What to choose? Well, that's interesting. From your pocket to mine. Not up for trading today, I'm afraid.
Don't.
Her condition is familiar. Poison, derived from a wild weed common to the Underdark. She'll need an antidote soon, most likely held by the poisoner.
God. Whatever that is, I needed it. Why are you helping me? Down here? Tends to be. But I'm nearly good to get on my feet. I thank you for your help, but I gotta get moving. Oh, Carl's garters. Oh, I don't have time for this. My kin need me. Maybe not, but you are. I need you to rescue my kin. We can pay. We're Ironhand Clan, best artificers in Baldur's Gate. We were on an expedition down here when the Dwergar snatched us up. I got away, but not the others. The Greys have them digging out some old ruin across the lake. Some dusty temple. It doesn't matter. They'll work my clan to death before they ever get near it. Just mining for materials. Nothing unusual.
The briefest hesitation, but enough. She's lying.
But our work pays well. Help my clan, and we'll make it worth your while. I swear. Fine. It's complicated, but my clan has trouble back in the city. A blood feud. We were searching for something to turn the tide. That's all I can say. But it's worth a lot to us. Understand? Look, you've done me a good turn and you deserve the truth. But that's as much of it as I can tell, I swear it. If you need to go your own way, I respect that, but still, I'm asking. Thank you. Only wish I could go with you. But here... I nabbed these boots from the Greys when I ran. I'll feel better knowing you're using them to kick some Dweger ass. I'll mark where I made my escape, and wait here, I suppose. Not much choice, eh?
What is the creature doing to those corpses?
The Sovereign's thick fingers stroke the corpse at its feet. A droning melody greets you as the creature turns its gaze to you.
Flesh talker, I show you a memory. Watch and listen.
A violent vision grips you. Dweger, dark dwarves chopping myconid remains.
They broke our peace. They killed our young.
The Sovereign's song slows to the pace of a dirge. It is still in mourning.
We laid waste to many, but intruders remain. Lakewood.
The Sovereign's song halts as it measures your worth.
I sense your resolve. You will find Dweger invaders near Lake's Edge. Cleanse the rot. Destroy them.
Deep purples swirl into familiar shapes. Gnomes in mining gear, chased by Dweger.
The Dweger seek a gnome. It is a guest.
The Sovereign says nothing, but you hear appreciation in its song. An illusion comes over you. A Dweger choking on a cloud of gleaming dust.
Accept this gift. It will help you exterminate.
The Sovereign gifts you one more vision. A wall of vines parting to reveal glowing light.
Riches of magic and mind. Cleanse the rot, and they are yours. You do the Circle a service. We will await word.
Welcome back. Have you made any new discoveries? I observed the fight from a distance.
Combat is not my field of expertise, but the Myconids handled themselves well enough. My colleagues and I are working to improve conditions in the Underdark. This need not be such a dire, hostile place. It's curious to find a surface dweller here. What has brought you down so deep? Truly remarkable. But why come to the Underdark, where they hold so much power? You were infected by an illithid tadpole? It's a miracle you're still intact. You must be worried sick, but have no fear. I have a friend who may be able to assist. Omelium!
I hope this is important, Zerg. My Zerkwood samples need constant attention.
It is. This adventurer has an illithid tadpole inside his head, but he hasn't turned.
No ceremorphosis. That's impossible, but intriguing. Are you looking to have it extracted? I have broken free from the Elder Brain's yoke. I no longer serve the grand design. I ask that you refrain from violence, while I respect that your opinion of my kind may not change. Are you sure it was an illithid lava blow?
I'm not sure.
My rancid blood whispers to me, kill, kill, and kill again. My ruined body yearns to reap death in this world. And when this foul urge calls, it possesses my whole being. Injured beyond repair. I know nothing besides this. I must resist the dark urge, lest it consume my mind. I must discover who I was and what happened to me before my twitching knife hand writes a tragedy in blood. You need a guardian. Choose one.
Remarkable. Truly.
The blood in your head thrums and pounds. That pounding blood obscures who you are. An overwhelming loss of memory. How you ended up amidst these hellish flames is just as hidden. You have nothing in your skull, besides your name and a headache. But you are in danger. The dark urge. Whatever that is you. You will claw back the truth. But first you have to claw your way out of here.
My head.
Are you sure it was an illicit lava blow?
I'm not sure what reason there would be to lie.
True. If only I could see.
How is your more personal research progressing?
Not well. Drinking my species receives from other minds is difficult to emulate.
Worry not, friend. You'll find the key.
Better be cautious. Carefully now.
I greet you, son-child. That is not a story I share with strangers. In the beginning, I had an arrangement with a lich. Excellent company, despite what one would expect. I required brains, he required souls. A perfect symbiosis. But our ambitions eventually splintered. I wished to better the world, and he preferred its rot. So I left his company. And thus I now feed from those who act against the society's goals. Perhaps the peoples of the Underdark will be less inclined to violence if they comprehend the cost, yes?
An almost childlike joy enters Omeluum's ichor-laced eyes.
Open your mind to me, friend. Let us see what lurks within.
As Omeluum's mind pierces yours, the tadpole pulses with power. It feels 10 times its size. Alive, awake, almost smug.
This is most unusual. The incubation period should be complete, as should your transformation. But the larva is infused with strange magic. It appears to be in some form of stasis. No, it appears to be shielded from physical and magical influence. And even without the shield, the extraction would involve severe cranial trauma. It is not ideal. The process would surely kill you. But not to worry. Should you transform, I will happily perform a new examination. A Nautiloid? Fascinating. I have never set foot on one myself. They were our warships during the greatest eras of the Illithid Empire. We ruled the entire astral plane from their decks. The design was lost when the Gith rebelled and ended our dominion. Of course. I am sorry I cannot assist you in its removal. But I have an idea.
Oh, perhaps I should start taking notes.
There may be a way to bypass that stasis. There are many alchemical substances that can influence the mind. A tincture distilled from a collection of rare mushrooms. They have subtle psionic influence. I would require a fresh ton of madness and Timusk spores. But be warned, in their natural state, both of these mushrooms can be quite dangerous. Timusks cause confusion in those that approach them. The tongue is self-explanatory. My formula will hamper the more harmful effects once the mushrooms are brewed into a potion. Your sanity, however much you possess, should remain intact.
The Underdark, of course, although they are quite rare, and their discovery perilous. I imagine Lenore would have them in her possession. She served Mystra as a cleric. The Southwest when I last saw her, although her tower does have a tendency to move. She is quite fond of her garden. Lenore has always been a lonely sort. Nature was her only companion. I offered her the chance to join the society, but she refused. Her experiments on Susa bark took priority.
May your travels be safe and swift.
Have you spoken with Skris lately?
Yes.
Welcome back. Have you made any new discoveries?
I have never seen anything like it. Is my species evolving?
Perhaps, but at such an accelerated rate.
How long have you been down here?
Seems this individual doesn't think very highly of you, but
That's Thash then.
Bibberbeck. Of course, it was Bibberbeck.
Fleshwalker. Tongue talker. Far you've come. Reach into memory. Tell me of home.
it reveals its owner.
But I am the day. Remember. It is come to the.
Need anything else?
just want a little look.
Need anything else?
Out of sight, out of mind. Interesting.
Being arrested for theft. If you have a defense, improperly acquired coin weight.
Need anything else?
Can't risk being in open view. Using a 5-finger discount. Surely no one will notice. Well, that's interesting.
Excellent work.
Seems like a good moment to talk.
I got stuff if you got coin.
I don't need any attention right now. All mine. What to take. Not up for trading today, I'm afraid. I can take what I please. Breathe quiet. Move with care.
Seems this individual doesn't think very highly of you.
Absolute's looking out for me now. I ain't never felt so strong.
Snout out!
Absolute's looking out for me.
Ah, the family friend. Need something?
Like Ma always wanted.
All right, back already?
I miss watching your artist paint. I made a bucket of coins off him. When we get back to the gate, I'll take you to a museum.
They got paintings in those?
A few, yeah.
Nutrition my species receives from other minds is difficult to emulate.
All right, time to skulk about. Let's see what you're hiding.
Worry not, friend. You'll find the key soon enough.
Not up for trading today, I'm afraid.
We'll be clearing out sooner. No point in lingering now I've got the noble stock. Till the hubbub's died down.
Yes? Oh, darling, I'm hurt. It sounds...
Sir Gale's been walking around this whole time with some sort of magic bomb in his chest. I'm not normally one to begrudge someone their secrets, but that's something I should know.
All right, some company wouldn't hurt on the road, especially if there's trouble. I'm ready.
All's well that ends. Well, not as bad as it could have. Just had a view. Best get in and out. Don't want to draw any attention. Oh, my hand slipped. Using a 5-finger discount. Surely no one will notice. else minds their business, I'll be fine. What to choose? A little bit of this, a little bit of that. What to take? Nice. Interesting selection.
Who wants another
I should speak up. That's a friendly-looking shadow. Well, that's interesting. I can take what I please.
Ah, the family friend. Need something?
Fertility rituals.
Welcome back. Have you made any new discoveries?
Softer than a whisper. What will you do? Don't want to draw any attention. Don't mind if I do. All mine. From your pocket to mine. What's up for discussion? Seems like a good moment to talk.
We'll be clearing out soon. No point in lingering now I've got the noble stock. For the
Need anything else?
More goblins. What's next?
Feel like we're being watched.
Of course.
More goblins. What's next?
Explaining complex topics can be challenging. I like the text you want to simplify and let Grammarly rewrite it.
Feel like we're being watched.
Anyone agrees? It is at this point irrelevant. Matters. Anyone agrees with that? I killed you, Mr. Anderson. I watched you die. From your pocket to mine. And that's something I choose.
Not us for trading today, I'm afraid.
As the word died, rules, I understood what I was supposed to do. Compelled to stay, compelled to disobey. One more round. I understand you.
All right, time to skulk about.
You're being arrested for thieving. May have been unwise to reveal just how much.
As you all know, appearances can be deceiving, but it's not the reason why we're here. We're not here because we're not free. There's no escape. Without purpose, we don't exist. It is purpose that creates
history lesson on the Foundation. They were founded by a mysterious figure, Alvar Hanzo, a wealthy industrialist, but it was the brainchild of a couple of university students who gave the whole thing a hippie piece of
Welcome back. Have you made any new discoveries?
Dharma's fields of research as listed in the film also help to give insight into some things about the island we've already seen and some stories they will tell in run. Parapsychology kind of alludes to Walt's psychic powers. Zoology is accompanied by images of polar bears implying the Dharma initiative is brought to the island. And electromagnetism connects to the weird magnetic anomalies on the island, like Saint's husband's not working and the strange magnetic point in the hatch. Strange stuff going on here, and I'm not just talking about the polarity or the polar bear, but also we hear about meteorology and psychology and a utopian society. Through the season and the remainder of the show, we slowly discover more about the Dharma initiative and what they were exactly studying on the island, but also discover more about the island. And slowly we piece together what their ultimate goals were, as well as the purpose of the hatch itself. We discover multiple hatches or stations, as Dharma officially calls them, throughout season 2. This one was built to be lived in. It's where the button is. But there's also the arrow seen in episode 7, the other 48 days. It's a bunker, and it looks like it was kind of used during their skirmishes with the island inhabitants. The film refers to them as the hostiles, but our group refers to them as the others. Star and the others were two different groups, or sort of. We don't know yet. The door is seen in episode 22. We'll reveal what's behind the door later. But the staff is revealed in episode 15. It's a medical station that Claire was taken to back in season 1, but when she returns to camp after being kidnapped by Ethan, the mysterious other who was already on the island before they crashed, they discovered he wasn't on the plane because Harley checked the manifest, so he kidnapped Claire and tried to kill Charlie, and Claire returned with amnesia. They were going to question Ethan, but Charlie was like,
seems this individual doesn't think very highly.
Protect anyone. Now I'll protect someone. And now we find out what happened. We figured out she was administered this medication because the others thought that she and her baby's life was at risk because of the island for some reason. Mysteries. The Pearl, another station, is discovered in episode 21, and it really relates to the season's greater themes of faith and destiny, so we're going to talk about it later. The one remains most important station throughout the season, becoming a home base for all characters. It eliminates a lot of the basic survival concerns from the narrative to allow it to focus more on the internal and external conflict of all of these characters, who are still all sorts of fucked up and looted in their own personal lives. They're fucked up personally, so sometimes they want to fuck each other up. The way in which Lost reveals its mysteries are ways. Many of the things I talked about here take the whole season to unveil and develop. But despite the slow pacing of the show often being frustrating, especially if it's your first time watching, there is kind of a cool deliberateness to it. After all, they knew they had to keep the show going forever. The show is very much a situational drama, a sitcom, where these characters have a normalcy established, followed by a major change, and then having to adjust to a new normalcy. How all the different characters react to these new situations and what causes the drama and the character conflict of the show. And going through all those situational character reactions takes a while. But that was part of the design of the show. The reason why there were so many such characters is because they knew it had to go forever. Now they're adding new characters. The button remains a dramatic device throughout the entire season, with so much story being derived from it. It's like an escape room with its entire functionality and construction being revealed as more characters come into it and give their personal insight onto it. Michael returns to the camp in episode 9, and because of his background in construction, he's the first person to make this observation about the hatch.
Some of the glass doors. Glass doors.
Ah, the family friend. Need something?
But despite all the new mystery, at this point they were also trying to figure out ways to formulaically change up the show so they didn't exhaust the flashback format. The first thing they do are introduce new characters, the tail section survivors and the others who are teased throughout the season. And Lucia is joined by other new cast members, Libby, Mr. Echo, and Bernard, who are all billed as main cast members this season and heavily promoted leading up to the premiere. Each of them has a backstory to be uncovered throughout the season and the rest of their time on the show. And let me tell you, they all have trauma ready to be quantified and cataloged by entertainment weekly. We also learn more about the monster briefly through an encounter he has with Mr. Echo. Mr. Echo just stares it down, and we go through the monster's smoke to show that it's flashing images of Mr. Echo's life, possibly implying that it's like reading his mind or something. But we'll talk more about this encounter and Mr. Echo later. The flight attendant from the pilot, Cindy, is also reintroduced, but she's mysteriously kidnapped by the others while they're walking through the jungle to meet up with the beach camp. The tail section of the plane has had numerous and violent interactions with the others, unlike our beach camp, and unlike our beach camp, they didn't have a doctor, so they had many more casualties when faced with the harsh realities of island survival. They're more jaded in prey, which creates a bigger division and more polarized sides when the debate on how to handle the mysterious people interfering with their survival comes up. Despite coming out more into the light, others still mostly remain in the background this season, serving as a source of paranoia and
Welcome
debate
back.
for the survivors.
Have you made any new discoveries?
Sabotage us, abduct us. We're not the only people on this island, and we all know it. But throughout the season, we get closer with them, having tense encounters and threatening interactions. After Michael returns, he steals a gun and immediately tries to go after Paul. His son has been kidnapped after all. This leads to an expedition to try and go find them, and
We'll be clearing out soon enough. No point in lingering now I've got the noble stock.
sick of all the ads like this one? Just head to axekiller.com. Click on Activate now. Add Axekiller to your browser. Confirm. Done. No more ads. No more interruptions. Ever. Again, Axekiller.com. Jon Stewart is back in the hosting chair at the Daily Show, at least on Mondays, and with only one show in the bag, is already facing criticism for his coverage of the presidential race. Not mostly from the right, it's from big fans of Joe Biden. Liberals who are weighing in saying that they are sick of him. Now, unfortunately, it's Comedy Central, so if we were to show you even 2 or 3 seconds of the show, our channel would be nuked from orbit, so we can't do that. But I am going to read you a few of the excerpts so you understand what it is that Jon Stewart said. This guy with literally decades of credentials.
We'll be clearing out soon
said a
enough.
few things
No
that people
point
are
in lingering now I've got the noble stock.
when talking about the fact that it's likely to be a Biden and Trump rematch, he said, these two candidates, they are both similarly challenged, and it's not crazy to think that the oldest people in the history of the country to ever run for president might have some of these challenges. Now, Democrats will say that any criticism like this, especially of Biden, is unfair because you just don't know Biden like they know Biden. So he played a bunch of people in the Biden administration and others going on to the news and saying that he's very sharp, very focused, and in charge behind the scenes. And then he said, because if you're telling us behind the scenes he's sharp and full of energy, and on top of it, and really in control and leading, you should film that. That would be good to show to people instead of a TikTok where he goes, Junction cookie. We see he's in charge, you see. I like cookies. Of course, when it comes to Republicans, they've got a different strategy for their 77-year-old candidate. And he played a clip of Carrie Lake claiming that Donald Trump is not an old man. And I mentioned this, that you understand that he was very critical in this segment of Donald Trump. He says he is an old man. He's an objectively old man. On a human scale, he's objectively old. You know what? I think we've got a new name for election coverage in Decision 2024, Antiques Roadshow. And he goes on to talk about how, let's see, what's crazy is thinking that we are the ones as voters who must silence concerns and criticisms. It is the candidate's job to assuage concerns, not the voter's job not to mention them. So he is perhaps already anticipating that there is going to be some pushback against him for acknowledging that both of them have issues, not the exact same issues, and for both of them, that's not the only issue they have, but they both are older men. And he's saying, it's not my job to just pretend that that doesn't exist, okay? We're not just supposed to, squeak through this race by pretending that our side doesn't have any problems. Unfortunately, there are a lot of people behind that would really prefer that he do that. And do seem to think that it's our job, or at the very least the job of the media, to pretend that these problems don't exist. Keith Olbermann said, well, after 9 years away, there's nothing else to say to the both sides is fraud. Jon Stewart bashing Biden, except please make it another 9 years. Again, it's not both sides stuff. It's not him taking a real concern and then being like, okay, that makes us look bad. So let me invent a concern the other side so that it's just a wash. The concern exists. In reality, Keith Olbermann, it's discuss this thing because it's going to be discussed, then at the very least we acknowledge Trump's problems too, which Jon Stewart did on his show. Moving on, Aaron Rupert says Jon Stewart is bad in terms of being funny and entertaining, but the political content of this monologue is basically the New York Times op-ed page in TV form. Both sides are not, in fact, equally bad. Again, all fairness, Aaron Rupert, he's not saying they're equally bad. He's saying they both have concerns in this area. That's what he's doing. And Nina Turner says the liberal reaction to Jon Stewart's criticism of Biden last night shows just how deeply tribalistic our politics have become. MAGA is real. Blue MAGA is also real. I don't love the blue MAGA thing. I think that's the unique thing that deserves no label. But I agree. She is correctly pointing out that people thought, wait, but Jon Stewart's our guy. You attack the other side. You don't acknowledge a real criticism of our guy, and that is a problem in the media, man. It's a problem that I've talked about very often. And I don't know how we get past it. A lot has changed since The Daily Show began. And one of the things that's changed is there's way more media out there. Almost anyone that has a phone or whatever, a microphone, can be media. And many of them can be hyper-specialized and focused media. Almost to the point of identifying a single person's desired message that you then say. Because if you say it, then that person might listen to you. And if there's a few people that like that, they might be devoted to your show. Because, like drugs, it's been hyper-purified. It's way stronger, more intense a rush when you hear exactly what you want to hear. And nobody wants their rush and their buzz to be killed by an acknowledgement of inconvenient facts. And that is the issue, man. So many people expect to hear exactly what they want to hear and literally none of what they don't want to hear. And if that bubble is burst for even a second, even from a person who has, if anyone has earned the right to maybe disagree with you, but you still respect the overall place that they hold in American politics, both in terms of media but also getting stuff done in terms of bills, how is it not Jon Stewart at this point? But this is the thing that happens. You can watch him, you can like him, and criticize Biden, so I guess I'm done. I've got messages from people who've been like, I've been watching for years, and I love everything you say, and then you said this one thing and I'm out. And I'm just like, I don't know what you want out of me, man. We're not going to agree on 100% of everything. We're literally different people. How would that work? I mean, we would never once disagree on literally anything. And it's just, I don't think it's healthy. It certainly isn't healthy if you care about reality. Okay? And I want to be fair. It's not like everybody didn't like Jon Stewart's show. Elon Musk tweeted, balance and humor return. And that's totally common about Jon Stewart. That's not him still, just stinging from what John Oliver did to him a month or two ago. He's not still thinking about that nonstop. We'll see what he thinks the next time that Jon Stewart criticizes him, but anyway, that's what Stewart has returned to, and it's going to be interesting to see if he continues to criticize both sides in a way that is based on the facts, in a way that he thinks is fair. By the way, if he ever does it in a way that I don't think is based on the facts, in a way that I think is being needlessly both sidesy, we can talk about that. But the simple fact that a criticism exists does not mean that he's being unfair. And I'll close by saying, I think what happened with The Daily Show is similar to what happened, I think, with TYT. Remember, we had a similar trajectory in terms of time. And in the same way that The Daily Show was very critical of the Bush administration and Fox News, what passed the right-wing media at that point, so was TYT. And so people got very comfortable with that. But thought that that's what it is. It's not that they're criticizing those in power. It's that they're criticizing the right wing in power. But it just was that that's who was in power then. And then when Obama takes over, well, if you're going to be a critic of power, well, now they're the ones in power. Those are the ones that you need to keep a watch on. And some people are like, no, that's not what I want. I know I said I wanted power to be critiqued, but I would just prefer to the other side be. And that, I don't think, is healthy. Not for a democracy. Not when the stakes are so high. So anyway, I enjoyed his return. I thought it was still funny. I was actually surprised at how smoothly he slid back into the hosting chair. I think it felt like he had just picked up where he left off. And we will see. Maybe he'll go down to the bad roads. But so far, I'm enjoying it. For more political news breakdowns, interviews, stories of activism, and me trying my hardest to care about the occasional big celebrity news story, subscribe to our YouTube channel at youtube.com/thedamnetwork. And you can ring the bell wherever clip of Grant Cardone saying that he's going to sue all the haters, the clickbaiters, the trolls, he says. Here it is. That clickbait whole title has to be stopped by these podcasters, YouTubers, and fake media companies. It's got to be stopped. How's he going to do it? Ladies and gentlemen, he decided to sue people. This is a post he put out. He sued John Legere, I guess that's his name. He is ex-CEO of T-Mobile for $100 million, all because the guy called him, what did he say? Go to the New York Post article. He said, Grant Cardone is a con man and a BS artist, and he's not worth $1 billion. Okay? Something like that. Go read the lawsuit if you want. But this is the part I was concerned with. Deeply concerned, guys. Because I have a lot of videos on Grant Cardone. He says, additional warning. All YouTubers, influencers, podcasters, moderators, hosts on audio platforms, guests on live, or if there's anyone who sees damage, must be stopped from their vicious and damaging language. Now, we're here to talk about that, but I also want to use this gist because, I haven't talked about Grant in a while, and I feel like it is actually time to define the internet who this guy is, because every couple of years the internet is something that's But I've got two things on my side. One, we're coming with supporting evidence today. All the videos will be here, right?
Something the matter?
Show you all the posts.
If you're sure.
But also,
A shame.
Grant Cardone actually made a call-out video from like a year ago. He calls out me and my fans. He says, but I was really interested because I heard the first part of it, and I actually realized it kind of blows a hole in his idea to sue people like me, because he actually says that his haters drive his views. Well, why does that matter? Now, I actually think he was coping and seething in the video, but the reason this matters is because in order to do these lawsuits, you actually have to prove damages.
What
and
can
I
I do
don't
you
know
for?
how you can prove damages when you say something like that. But Steven, man, a little big shout out, my friend. I want to give you a big shout out for sitting on so much traffic, so many new clients, so many new customers. Bro, you're amazing. You're amazing. You did better than I did, bro. I'm serious. You're fucking the best. Okay, hey, how can if they?
It is done.
I could go for a good meal. Enough waiting. Free blood.
Donald Trump is making moves to save his candidacy and perhaps save his butt when it comes to some of the criminal challenges against him, some of the trials that he's facing. And so the big update for this week is that attorneys for the former president just yesterday asked the U.S. Supreme Court to block a criminal trial over his alleged efforts to overturn the 2020 election. And I know what you're probably thinking, wait, didn't he already do this? There's so many appeals, and yes, there are, but we are going to try, as we do every day, to wade through it, because this is actually a new thing, and it's consequential. Not only for, the path that this case will take, but also whether it takes any path at all. Because there are a variety of ways that the Supreme Court can respond to this, and they all matter. They're all very different, so we're going to try to break it down. But I'm going to remind you what the stakes are in this particular case. Remember, this is the January 6th coup, basically, the coup flavor trial. So in that case, Trump was charged with conspiracy to defraud the U.S., conspiracy to obstruct an official proceeding, obstruction of and attempt to obstruct an official proceeding, and conspiracy against rights. A number of different charges having to do with not so much the violence aspect of January 6th, although that is certainly a part of it, but his effort to have an alternate slate of electors sworn in, all of that sort of stuff. So Trump has previously appealed to the Supreme Court on related matters. So in January, he appealed over his ballot access in Colorado, and obviously the Supreme Court of Colorado had banned him from the ballot. In that case, the arguments have already been held, and we're currently waiting to see what the Supreme Court is going to do, although it looks like they're likely on a path to putting him back on the ballot. But in this area, it has to do once again with the absolute immunity that Donald Trump and his legal team say that he has. And in their appeal will cease to exist. So that is their argument. Their argument effectively is a massive slippery slope wherein if you don't allow the president to get away with literally any crime he chooses to commit, then no president can ever just go back into their life because they will face all these charges. It's got a couple of flaws in argument, as I'm sure you're aware. One, this hasn't happened to former presidents, and it's probably just a coincidence that they didn't commit a bunch of crimes.
To be deemed worthy by the great Lizelle of
Kashkir. Because unlike like a civil lawsuit where you can kind of just talk to a lawyer and launch whatever you want, a criminal prosecution like this is not an easy thing. There are a lot of different bars to action in that area. Steps that must be taken, standards that must be met. Someone has to effectively potentially put their legal career on the line to prosecute this sort of thing. There's a reason we don't see these sorts of lawsuits thrown about willy-nilly. But they need to pretend that it will be both willy and nilly as a defense for Donald Trump. And so the Supreme Court being asked to weigh in on this question, and more importantly, to allow the furtherance of the trial to be stopped while they consider. Now, in a related way, back in December, the judge presiding over the case put the trial on pause and postponed it indefinitely while the appeals were considered the immunity question. We got earlier this month action on that when a unanimous rule in the U.S. Court of Appeals rejected Trump's immunity claim. Okay, so it's complex. I get it. So up until this point, you've gone through multiple steps of the American judicial system, and the effectively second highest one is like, get out of here with that nonsense. What are you talking about absolute immunity? The only one waiting to weigh in is the Supreme Court, okay? And there's a couple of different options that they could take in this. So let's try to wade through these and figure out what might happen. So the court can deny a stay in the case, basically deny stopping the case from moving forward, which would send it back to the U.S. District Court and allow Judge Tanya Chutkin to restart the trial. So that's one of, I guess, the fastest ways that this could go forward, although it wouldn't necessarily rule out the possibility that they would have to raise and adjudicate the question of absolute immunity at a later date. You have those things theoretically working concurrently, so that's an interesting road that they could take. The court could allow a brief stay and then deny a petition of review from Trump. Doing so would allow the appeals court ruling to stand, denying the former president immunity. So there's nothing inherently wrong with that option that they would briefly stay or
Recognize Zastam as a powerful lich that rules the land of flesh.
take up what the appeals court did for further review or to let it stand.
Except if you could see anything in me, what would it be?
But the issue there is, like, are they not going to rule? Like, the Supreme Court is not going to rule on this, and these are precedent times. I kind of find that hard to believe. They could, in fact, instead fast-track the case, as the Supreme Court did with the Colorado ballot eligibility case. In doing so, the immunity case would be given priority and likely be heard in the coming weeks. So that would kind of delay the process, but perhaps not so much so that we wouldn't have clarification before either the primary is done, or more likely, at least when the general election is done. The final option is to leave the case on the court's regular schedule, which would likely delay oral arguments until after the general election in November. That is kind of the worst possible option. It's not the least likely option necessarily, but if they do that, it is likely that we will never actually have this case. We'll never have clarification on any of this stuff. We'll just kind of spin our wheels and wait, and the election will happen, and maybe Donald Trump becomes president again, and maybe he just shuts down this entire thing. That would be by far the most cowardly option that the Supreme Court could take, but that does not mean that they're not going to take it. And there's kind of a meta fifth option that they can take. So all of those are still true, the 4 different roads they can take with the consequences that come from those. But I would also bear in mind that they just ruled on the ballot access thing, and everybody's been saying maybe they want to have some sort of grand bargain. Maybe they're going to put it back on the ballot, but, you know, that maybe makes them look biased, particularly Clarence Thomas. So what if they could sweeten the deal with something that isn't to Donald Trump's benefit? Well, there's a couple of options that we just laid out that they could couple with the ballot access thing, wherein he's able to be on the ballot, but he also doesn't get the absolute immunity that he wants. And everybody's happy, I guess. I mean, not everybody, but a lot of people are happy, and maybe he still goes to jail. So I don't know. I don't know what's going to end up happening with that. For those two things to be bundled together, they would kind of have to do one of the ones that has a more expedited timeline, and that would be good for a lot of reasons. mind the possibility of them achieving some sort of grand bargain, but even in advance of that, they would have to announce what they're going to do on the estate, so hopefully that will come sooner rather than later.
Still in shadow.
Keeping my head down.
Still breathing, despite everything. I don't need any attention right now. Better be cautious. Free for the taking.
A dull crystal glowing only faintly. You heard its light described before. A memory shard used to store brief mental impressions from the user's mind. The crystals within the Underdark, an echo.
Juices contain nicotine, which can be hypocritical. Then. It's very out of control. Make sure your kids understand the dangers of vaping. This video is sponsored by Card Kingdom. Go to cardkingdom.com/studies to pick up your favorite foil magic cards. From the treasure classics of 7th edition to the timeless pieces in the Masterpiece series, and even contemporary hits like the Gilded Foils, there are countless ways to elevate your favorite magic deck. I'm partial to the Mystical Archive series and that subtle touch of gold trim. For all your magic needs, Card Kingdom provides high-quality products and responsive customer service, and will ship your entire order in one package. This video is made possible by partnering with Basilisk, the mission-driven esports organization founded to inspire scientists to build gameplay. The members of Basilisk are drawn to games that reward curiosity, study, and process, like chess, StarCraft, and Magic. To align with their mission, here's a fun science fact I learned while researching this video. Holographic film can be cut into pieces, and each segment will still recreate the entire image according to its orientation. Pretty cool, huh? Thank you again to Basilisk for the partnership and support.
I smell only fear. The fear of cowards lying in wait for an ambush.
Players around the world headed to
You can take a day off once in a while, Lazel.
I do not take days off.
Waiting their arrival was
Glowing eyes are rarely a good
This was more fun when he was...
stylized signature of sorts. This was the very first foil magic card. Those playing in the pre-release that weekend were each gifted a date-stamped copy of Lightning Dragon to take home. Perhaps the players didn't yet realize, but this card represented a paradigm shift in the printing industry and a nascent revolution for collectible trading cards. With a simple flourish of a sophisticated technology,
No
Wizards
one
of
knows
the
about
Coast
this
changed
damn
the game
weapon.
forever, to the delight and dismay of all involved.
This is a hologram. Holograms have little in common with traditional photographs, except that both use film.
In 1947, after fleeing Nazi Germany and settling in Britain, Hungarian physicist Dennis Gabor invented holography through experimentation with electron microscopes. In 1962, 2 years following the invention of the laser, Soviet physicist Yuri Denisov discovered a method to optically record objects in three-dimensional environments. These holograms could be reproduced with beams of normal white light. In 1971, Professor Gabor won the Nobel Prize in Physics for his groundbreaking work in the emerging field.
Holography is based on the wave theory of light.
Within the following decade, holograms entered the commercial market and captured the imagination of popular culture. The March 1984 issue of National Geographic pushed the limits of magazine printers with an emblem of a three-dimensional eagle on the cover. Artists started experimenting with laser light in galleries in New York City. MasterCard began using the technology as a weapon against counterfeits and fraud. And Hallmark recognized the aesthetic appeal of holograms, claiming that the possibilities were endless. At the end of the 80s, a new startup called Upper Deck entered the sports hobby market with their inaugural set of baseball cards. The company took notes from MasterCard's playbook and included tiny holographic stickers of the team's logos as proof of authentication. Before long, the flashy treatment would be applied to the players themselves, making Hallmark proud and other trading card companies electric green and envy. By 1994, brands like Donruss together with Leaf Candy Company were implementing similar treatments to their products line. Glimmers of Magic's first foils can be seen here on Ken Griffey Jr.'s All-Star card. Holographic laminates weren't reserved exclusively for baseball cards.
Well, at least we got the drill to keep ourselves entertained.
With accent to box of toothpaste. Holograms appeared on driver's licenses in California and event tickets at Wembley Stadium. They were on banknotes and stamps and the inner rings of CDs. By the end of the millennium, Professor Gabor's invention had overrun the consumer market, inflating the perception of quality and glamour in the process. This association was made most evident in October 1996, when Media Factory released the first base set of Pokemon cards in Japan.
Breathe quiet. Move with care.
There's a symbiotic relationship here between the early years of Magic and Pokemon. In 1993, Wizards of the Coast released Alpha at Gen Con in Milwaukee. Magic overperformed on all metrics and became a national gaming phenomenon, but was very slow to spread outside the United States. In 1995, during the development of Pokemon Red and Green for the Nintendo Game Boy, Creatures Inc. producer Tsunekazu Ishihara was ideating on ways to expand the franchise beyond video games. He looked directly at Magic as the model of excellence. In 1996, the first Japanese trading card game released to an unsuspecting audience. The game was a bit slower to catch fire the way Magic did, especially outside of Japan. Although the IPs were different, the business models were identical. Both companies wanted to sell individual booster packs containing randomly distributed playing cards. Magic pioneered the formula, but Pokemon and Pokemon had something that Magic did not.
Nothing will stand in my way.
In 1997, Media Factory raised the bar again with the second expansion. Of the 10 cards appearing in every Japanese Jungle Booster pack, one was a guaranteed hollow foil. The demand for cards increased. With rising cartridge sales and the premiere of the Pokemon anime in April, 1997 became the breakout year for the growing global phenomenon. Across the ocean, Blizzard at the coast was making notes. A year later, just as these Boeing 747s were taking flight to promote the worldwide release of the first movie, licensing deals were shaping up in offices behind the scenes. Media Factory was searching for a company to handle the distribution of Pokemon in America, and the execs in Renton had made their case for the rights. In August 1998, both parties went public with the agreement. A month later, a foil lightning dragon appeared at the Earth Soft pre-release. And 18 years after that, an extraordinary object was here. One that perfectly embodies transoceanic business partnership.
His breaths are shallow.
This is a foil test print Blastoise printed on magic cardstock. It is one of very few in existence. Considering the curious timing of these events, it appears to me that the looming Pokemon acquisition in 1998 inspired Wizards of the Coast to foil treatments on magic cards. Media Factory's success with the concept in Japan must have lit a fire. That old adage of
thank you.
The great artist steals.
I must tell the
Turns
others.
out that part of the negotiations was the responsibility of producing holofoil cards. By that point, Magic had no proof of concept that they could successfully replicate Pokemon's products at their factories in Belgium. But the business deal forced their hand. So, they began test printing foils with cartridges. Among the 4 forensically certified Blastoises in existence, 3 featured a prototype of Magic's first foil magnet. The 4th was printed on a different cardstock with a blank
That might be
card
worth a look.
and the
No
galaxy
hope of
logo
clearing this
had
without
the
a
signature
shovel.
of Pokemon's first base set.
I need a
And the
shovel
5th
to
test
dig
print
this.
Blastoise, discovered in 2019, had black borders and was found sharing space on an uncut foil sheet with none other than Lightning Dragon. Curious. Magic's first foils presented some fundamental differences to the creature's ink models. First and foremost, Pokemon cards were quick to be called holographic due to the galaxy pattern present on the base set cards. The illusion of tiny stars floating in three-dimensional space was achieved by embossing microscopic grooves into a thin sheet of PET polyester with a laser. The laser must be of a single wavelength to create a useful interference pattern. Approximately 2,000 structured grooves occupy every millimeter of this plastic sheet, which is then metallized and coated with layers of lacquer. When white light hits these grooves, called fringes, it is then refracted into a spectrum of colors. The foil printed on Lightning Dragon and the test print Blastoise showed off a smooth rainbow effect with no visible stars or patterns. To further differentiate their pride and joy from Pokemon, Wizards of the Coast inverted the foil treatment on Magic cards. While Pokemon rendered holographic the backgrounds behind its characters, Magic focused on illuminating the card frames. These styles traded spaces in subsequent years as the games continued to inform one another's aesthetic choices. The final difference was found in design. Media Factory Jungle Packs promised a holographic card in every booster. Magic was far more
I crave blood.
In the opening pages of the Duelist issue 35, which featured none other than Pikachu on the cover, Mark Rosewater sensed a potential apprehension toward foils from the player base.
Something over there.
We announced the introduction of premium cards to Magic. This is a touchy issue for many people, so I felt it was important to take this month's call-up to address concerns people might have. Rosewater noted the decline in collectability as the primary motivator to print Magic cards, emphasizing that normal versions would still be readily available for folks who had no interest in collecting. He reinforced this position by stating that foils would be extremely rare, approximately one common in every 12 packs.
Drop it. Just let her.
You there!
Stop this!
Assuming premium cards
We
are
won't
worth more than
ask
their
again.
normal counterparts, he argued, players simply get extra value for no extra cost.
Careful!
Hand over heart.
Enough. Where is
The
she?
biggest shock will probably be that some players will realize they are also collectors. In the same issue, Jennifer Clark Wilkes reported that the commemorative Lightning Dragon was well received and heavily traded after the event, and if player response to Lightning Dragon is any indication, they will be hugely popular.
Bollocks!
Both of these predictions
You were supposed to rush. Some advice? Bye-bye now.
In February 1999, Booster Pack became its first golden tickets for release in the world.
Might be useful.
Among the original chase foils was Ring of Gifts, a spiritual successor to Icy Manipulator and a popular piece in Artifact Rings combo decks of the era. Comparing this card side by side with Lightning Dragon, a subtle difference emerges. The shooting star is significantly thinner. But the overall template remains unchanged.
Shouldn't have wished to live in more
Magic's first
interesting
foils
times.
featured a thin layer of one-pattern rainbow laminate that lit up the card frame from within. This treatment became the stock standard. Because Wizards was so conservative in distributing their premium cards, the company could effectively use foils as special rewards for participating in events and
A
tournaments.
chill runs up your spine.
Lightning Dragon,
You feel
foils
like
can
you're
help
being
draw players
watched.
to pre-releases. The two sets following Urza's saga offered foil stamped promos to attendees, and the tradition continued
The place
henceforth.
has a quiet...
Foils could also encourage casual players to attend Friday Night Magic. In 2000, Riverbow became the first foil to be handed out at FNM, and by 2003, FNM promos would be branded with their own holographic watermark. The Magic Arena League also had their own promos, the most notable of which were reprints of select 6th edition cards that otherwise would never have received a foil treatment. And the Judge Gift program was introduced at the end of 1998. Lightning Bolt, Stroke of Genius, and Gaia's Cradle all earned retroactive foil treatments and were shipped to official judges of the DCI in acknowledgement of their hard work. Similarly, in December of 1999, Wizards began incentivizing young players to participate in the Junior Super Series tournaments with foil promos of Duran Quarry and Sarah Avatar. Like the FNM promos, cards for this event would develop their own visual style in the coming years. Volcanic Hammer in 2002 debuted the JSS watermark, and by 2005, these promos would enjoy a completely unique holographic treatment. The Sunburst pattern found here on Sakura Tri-Elder was originally tested for the release of 5th Dawn, and has not been reused since the program's cessation in 2008. In the 2 years following Urza's legacy, Wizards printed 6 expansions that featured randomly distributed foils and booster packs. Most players embraced the concept of premium cards, and by 2001, foils became a mainstay of set releases. Among the most coveted cards released during this period was Brainstorm in Mercadian Masks, the flex piece of many a legacy player, and Metalworker, a pricey penny beloved by vintage players and cube enthusiasts alike. Then, in April 2001, 7th edition arrived, an anomaly of an expansion that sold poorly for more reasons than one, but has paradoxically become the crown jewel of collectors for those very reasons. To begin, 7th edition was a quarter set, and the first to feature foils. Every card included was a reprint from a former expansion, which meant that many cards from Magic's history were receiving the deluxe treatment for the first time. Unlike previous quarter sets, however, Wizards commissioned new artwork for every single card in the file. This shields the nostalgia factor for enfranchised players who prefer the original illustrations of the intricate pieces. Imagine researching base set Pokemon with new images of Charizard and Pikachu. That's how players felt seeing these versions of Shivan Dragon and Sarah Angel, despite them both featuring paintings by living masters. Secondly, the power level of the average core set was considerably weaker than its neighboring expansions. Tournament grinders and limited lovers did not craft these sets nearly as much, especially because they were released during the summer months when Magic competed with other lifestyle models. As a result, human and average booster boxes were purchased and opened. On top of that, foils in 7th edition were scarce, equating to about 1 rare in every booster box. Considering there were 110 rares in the start set of 230 cards, this meant that pulling a specific rare in foil was even more unlikely. A set with fewer rares in comparison means a higher probability of finding their foil counterparts. Finally, Magic the Gathering Online launched years later and supported cards from 7th edition onward. To reinforce paper magic, Wizards of the Coast initiated a redemption program that allowed players to convert their digital cards to physical ones. To do so, they had to collect every card from a single set in Magic Online and submit them for redemption, at which point Wizards would send them a sealed box of the set and delete the collection from the customer's digital account. The redemption service for any given set was only available for a limited time and in limited quantities, and given the previous factors, it meant that very few players ever exchanged their digital collection of 7th edition cards for physical versions. Even fewer redeemed their foil sets. Added to this was the fresh novelty of playing digital Magic. Players weren't exactly cashing out of Magic Online at its launch. This confluence of factors has elevated 7th edition foils to be among the most treasured collectibles in the pre-modern era of Magic. The sentiment is further evidenced by sales. On July 24th, 2021, a sealed foil set of 7th edition from the Magic Online Redemption Program sold at Heritage Auctions for $33,600. The foil City of Brass, rated 9.5, is currently listed for just under $5K. The most valuable ungraded foil in Magic history is 7th edition Paradise. This card has become the Black Lotus of foils, the holy grail of holographic Magic cards. There is yet another wrinkle to 7th edition's allure. Despite Wizards' onslaught of reprints in recent years, foil counterparts of some cards are still exclusive to this set. Players seeking premium versions of cards like Stronghold Assassin, Crimson Hellkites, and Final Fortune have but one option. Even the set's iconic vanilla creatures command a respectable price tag, since they haven't been reprinted anywhere else. Added to this is the inclination to acquire the oldest versions of cards. Retro-framed Goblin Matrons could never hold a candle to the original, and the prices reflect this preference. The common edition foils is that they are lighter quality than others of the time period. Players often gush about how beautiful these cards are, claiming their superiority to other foils.
Comes easy these days.
Empirically speaking, this isn't true, but cultural belief is a powerful filter. There is one final detail to address. Cards from 7th edition, like all reprint sets from this time period, were printed with white borders, except for foils. This is true of subsequent core sets too, even after the 8th edition card frame changes. In fact, in the 30-year history of the game, there has never been a foil Magic card printed with white borders. Why? The design technicality became an obsession in my research, one that drove me deep into the minutiae of manufacturing trading cards and the limitations of offset printing of holographic laminates. Written in black marker on the uncut Lightning Dragon and Blastoise sheets, there reads, Poke Test, 8 colors, WK, CMY, WWK, 1 pass. Each letter here refers to an individual toner that is layered one at a time onto a sheet of cardstock for printing. The order of these letters provides insights into the printing process for foils, as is more labor-intensive compared to their non-foil counterparts. Returning to the issue 35, producing the premium cards presented unique difficulties. Some areas required a base of white ink, and black and white double printed for readability.
How are you?
Instead of the normal 4 or 5 color process, premium cards require 8 separate color plates. WK, CMY, WWK. These are the 8 plates. The first plate in the process establishes the white underlip, commonly abbreviated as the WUP. To understand the WUP, we can use this grayscale vector Acadian champion of justice.
Playing Baldur's Gate, watching YouTube.
Swift and lethal.
You got the kick down.
Taking position.
Fuck yes.
Hmm? Hmm. I see.
Survival is all that matters. Can't slow down.
Time to strike. Battle has taken its toll. I should rest.
Kiss you on your nose.
Odd. Someone's cut a notch in the tree there.
Kiss you on your lips. Slide my fingers slightly up and down your stomach.
Wait, you're not Illy. The blacksmith? So, you're Shovel's master now. Fine. And you, slab of beef with nipples? Moo. Master Illy calls me Shovel. Don't like it? Don't care. So, what first, Master? Wait, are you horny for the book? Illy week.
Looking ahead. What to do? We've got a long road ahead. Let's get going.
Don't be shy.
One horn, the stink of Avernus, Advocatus Diaboli.
Well, I'll be God's damned. Blade of Frontiers. Thought I'd shaken you for good. That'll teach me to underestimate you.
Karlach, the Archdevil Zariel's gladiator, come to burn the Sword Coast to ash.
And thus we need an extra layer of ink applied at the base to render them using the black section of Gideon's first layer of white ink. Black section This misprinted zombie token shows
Not counting the fuckers that need a good hurting. A devil.
You are Karlach, the front line.
I've tried.
Another visual shudders with Karlach's desperation.
Brand new. I have no idea
She
what's
is a
going
victim
on.
of the Blood War, not an agent of it.
By Balduran's helm, No, I will not be tricked.
You saw the truth.
Well, I'm pretty sure
I'm
nothing
an effective
important
soldier,
yeah.
but I never wanted to serve Zarya.
And I'm also
Begged it
very
away from her the first chance I got.
And yet you served.
Will catches his breath and hit.
No! Devils cannot be trusted!
Would you listen? You know monsters, but
You don't...
I'm...
You re...
True.
I see the...
Glad Will saw sense. Even more glad he decided to stick around. Takes a pretty slick mover to track down old
The marker
Karlach.
takes the darkest value of black, while certain text elements like the mana bubbles require a much lighter layer of gray. This is achieved in print by distributing black ink at varying opacities. Then the three main layers of color,
Fair.
cyan, magenta, and
Still.
yellow, are
The man's got a reputation for being lethal with that blade.
Mixing these layers to various
I'm glad it's on our
degrees
side.
provides a brilliant spectrum of color options, and is the preferred method for industrial offset printers that use vegetable dyes in high volume orders. Following the color applicators, foil cards require 2 more layers of white ink. On the early foils, this white ink was applied to text elements, like the card title and the power and toughness numbers. After 8th edition, white text on magic cards was virtually eradicated, appearing only on the artist credits, collector numbers, and copyright information. Finally, the foil sheet of cardstock passes through the 8th.
You've been witness to a pantomime, I'm sorry to say. And I've played my part all too poorly.
Plastic laminate sealant for long-term durability. They are cut up and they are sorted into booster packs. Non-foil magic cards can be printed
It
using
means that a
plates of
reckoning's
cyan,
coming,
magenta, yellow,
and I'll be the one to pay.
white ink is not involved.
One night soon, when we make
Instead,
camp,
offset
the
printing
veil
companies
will
take
be
advantage
lifted,
of the vibrant
and I'll
white
pay my
cardstock to do
penance.
the heavy lifting, creating the illusion of white ink without ever having to lather up a roller. Every line of white text on this 7th edition Wrath of God, for example, is just negative space left blank from the other colors. This is also true of the white borders.
You're not in any
They're not
danger.
printed onto the cards. They are the cards. This meant that moving the same template to foil presented a major issue. If left unprinted like normal, the borders and text elements would be holographic. Expanding the offset production process to include white ink thus became a
Your
necessity.
stealing has caught
But
someone's
white ink
attention.
is notoriously
What
translucent.
will you
A
do?
single layer still leaves foil shining through. Even when applied multiple times, it can appear misty and grainy. So Wizard's solution was to minimize these disadvantages by printing foils with black borders and double passing white ink onto the tiny text elements, where imperfections would be virtually invisible. Returning to the question then, why are there no foil magic cards with white borders? Because white ink is fickle and generally non-compatible with holographic laminates. Instead, it's better served as a base layer for other colors. Mystery solved. The development of the white underprinting layer marked another paradigm shift in the production of foil magic cards. The WUP began as a printing necessity, but it opened the door to endless creative potential for premium treatments. To realize that potential required another leap of faith.
Assume nothing.
Never a
On
darn
July
move.
29th, 2003, Wizards of the Coast celebrated Magic's 10th anniversary with a major overhaul to the game's visual design. 8th edition introduced new card frames, and in their tandem, new possibilities for premium treatments. 2 stark changes from the pre-modern foils took effect in 8th edition. No longer would cards feature a shooting star across the text box to denote foil treatment. This stylistic flair has appeared on select exclusive products in the decade since, but 8th edition was its unofficial retirement party. Secondly, foils would expand beyond the frame to include the entire face of the card for the first time, brightening up the text box and, most importantly, the illustration. As seen with Gideon Champion of Justice, this meant that all foil cards henceforth would require custom-made and hand-tailored white underprinting plates for production. Offset printers are extremely precise, which allows designers to work at meticulous levels of detail when choosing areas of an illustration to accent with foil. Sometimes this means focusing on select characteristics, like the golden armor of an opulent sphinx.
No
Other
time to
times it
rest.
means leaving the subject opaque in the foreground against a fully holographic background. Cards like Suntail Hawk are reminiscent of those base set Pokemon cards in this way. When the white underprinting layer is poorly designed, certain cards can leave players longing for more. I remember being underwhelmed when the treatment on archetype of
Hope you're keeping well, friend.
Sometimes the translation from digital vector to
Master
print
will
does not
never
produce
forget
the
him.
intended effect. As seen on the JSS and FNM promos, white underprinting could also be leveraged to create stylistic watermarks for world building and immersion purposes. The first Ravnica block in 2005 featured the 10 icons of the city's factions glimmering in the text boxes of gold cards, signets, and shot plans.
Spirit Besieged and New Phyrexia used foil watermarks to reveal the ongoing war between the Mirrans and their invaders. Khans of Tarkir used foil watermarks to divide up its clans. And Fate Reforged featured a unique holographic treatment that hasn't been repeated since. To communicate its time-traveling narrative, Wizards printed Crux of Fate and the 5 cards of the Fate cycle with a foil watermark that shifted between the Khans and Dragon set symbols. Although flavorful, this area appears garish and distorted in print. These flourishes exemplified the company's desire to provide something more to foils, a visual twist, an extra reason to collect the premium versions. 10th edition's release in 2007 reinforced this message. Select foils from this core set removed the reminder text and added flavor text as an appeal to invested players. Among its most evocative foils is Time Stop, which simply reads, End the turn. The most significant experiment with foils from this era came in 2008 with the release of From the Vault Dragons, a new premium product aimed directly at collectors and sold in limited quantities through local retailers. These supplemental box sets contained 15 cards of a common theme and featured an all-new holographic treatment, the first of its kind. Described by Associate Brand Manager and Project Lead Mark Curtis, From the Vault cards were printed on a foil stock that was twice as reflective and treated with a varnish that gave them a very unique look. Player response was divided. On the one hand, this extra layer of varnish was effective in differentiating these cards at first glance from their traditional rainbow counterparts. They were unmistakably shinier, even to the untrained eye. On the other hand, critics lamented that they looked shoddy and cheap, often comparing them to the packaging of hygienic products like tissue boxes and toothpaste. In their excess, they became uncanny knockoffs and fell lukewarm in favor. The product line was discontinued in 2017 after 10 years off. Aside from the contention over their visual appeal, adding an extra layer of foiling came with a price. The primary downfall of the From the Vault cards was curling, an issue that persisted even while sealed in their original displays. Much like printing with white ink, the phenomenon of curling underscores the physical complications of combining foil laminates with paper cardstocks. Understanding these complexities became a ongoing session in my research. Presently on the Cartamundi website, there is an interactive map of the company's locations as they are scattered across the globe. From the east coast of Japan to the western reaches of Europe, they have established design studios and printing facilities to supply markets across 4 continents. While browsing this map, I noticed something curious. Every single factory is built in medium gray areas. There are no locations in the lighter gray arid regions or in the darker gray muggy zones. Digging deeper, I found that the yearly average humidity of every single location ranges between 66% on the low end in Dallas and 80% at the flagship site in Turnhout. Cartamundi seems to set up shop exclusively in temperate areas that fall within this sweet spot of humidity. Paper cardstock is a breathing material. Like the contour words of an acoustic guitar, the fibers within a magic card will expand and contract ever so slightly with the moisture in the air. In high humidity environments, these fibers will absorb water, widen,
What's
and
on your
become
mind?
denser. And in low humidity environments, they will dry out
Oh,
and
come
shrink.
on. You don't
Like any
mean
guitar
that.
shop with an
Oh,
acoustic guitar room, Cartamundi claims to maintain a climate-controlled environment in their printing facilities. This is to ensure, as best they can, that the cardstock holds a uniform rigidity and size throughout the printing process.
It's almost a pity.
When foil laminates are glued to one side of the cardstock, the gradual expansion and contraction of the paper conflicts with the polyester layer, which does not respond to humidity in the same manner. When the card expands from exposure to a higher origin, the face bends inwards and the corners rise. Resistance! When the card contracts from exposure to a lower humidity than its the face bends outwards and the corners fall, resulting in convexing.
What to do?
Foil trading cards have always been prone to curling, even in the earliest years when quality control was stricter. This Japanese holographic polygraph from 1996 arrived in my mailbox slightly curled. The 7th edition Thorn Elemental that I've had in my binder for 22 years also has its own curve. While you cannot prevent the slight warping that is caused from two materials naturally interacting, you can mitigate its effects. It comes down to calibrating the moisture in the air. In a thorough study conducted in 2021, Tanos from MTG Goldfish explored methods to dehydrate the concave cards and rehydrate the convex cards. This involved placing the cards into deck boxes along with two-way humidity regulators. These packets were set to 3 degrees of humidity control. Once the first batch dried out slightly and curled outward,
So that's progress.
the second batch remained mostly flat, and those in the third batch began to curl inward. Tanos also tested the extremes by leaving some cards to sit with silica desiccant, which removed most of the moisture from the core and caused them to arch. Leaving these dried out cards in an environment with 100% humidity, rehydrated and flattened them in only 48 hours. Finally, Tanos double-sleeved some cards with perfect fits and re-exposed them to the desiccant.
The blade stands at the ready.
Arch like their single-sleeved counterparts. And only after 2 weeks were there any noticeable changes as the moisture slowly dissipated from within.
And just
Equally thorough studies have been conducted by other curious Magic players. In late 2020, Reddit users Affidava wrote up an insight.
Thank goodness that's all dealt with. The odds are stacked high enough against us all. With pleasure.
Exposed to varying degrees of humidity. Community member Logan Ish has also been running similar experiments on Twitter for some time. 5 days in a Ziploc bag with a 65% humidity control packet from Moveda successfully flattened some foils from his commander deck. To this tweet, Proxy Guy responded, "Now cook 'em," alluding to a much riskier method that he's been employing to good results. Prox first decurls his foils with humidity packets, then places them on parchment paper sandwiched between 2 sheet pans. 10 minutes in the center rack of the oven at 225 degrees Fahrenheit produces a permanent fix to curling. Proxy claims no liability, of course, but it does make me wonder how exposure to above temperature changes the chemistry of the cardstock. Motivated to test these theories myself, I gathered a few curled foils for my collection, tossed them into clear plastic bags with 5% humidity packs, and zipped them up. After a few days, 2 of my cards flattened out nicely. This from the vault wall of Blossom, however, didn't change at all, which means I probably need to dehydrate it below 65% humidity to
How can I
see
help?
results. To that effect, a common misconception about curled foils is that placing them beneath heavy objects like books or free weights can help in the flattening efforts. This approach has proven ineffective as it misunderstands the symptoms of the curling in the first place.
I question the wisdom of that decision. I'll be here.
A heavily warped prismatic Piper, which I purchased specifically for this video. This card came from Commander Legends, a set with notoriously crinkled foils that the community has rightfully berated since its release. From photos of cards standing upright, to binders that look like accordions, to full-on stone hinges of defective Magic cards, the quality of cardstock for this product was an unacceptable insult to Magic players in late 2020. The Prismatic Piper, listed correctly or not as near mint, put me back 6 cents and arrived in the same condition in which it was printed. After 3 days in a bag, it became only slightly less parabolic in form, and would certainly warrant a game loss if I ever attempted to play with it in a sanctioned
Not as bad as it
tournament.
could have.
Despite their status as collector's items, subsets of players actively avoid premium cards to reduce the risk of cheating allegations in tournaments. Some foils that curve too much can be considered marked cards at the discretion of judges. The most notorious case of an honest player avoiding a match loss due to foil curling happened at GP Orlando in August 2018. At the time, Nexus of Fate was heavily played in Standard, but as a buy-a-box promo, it was only available in foil. So the player asked the head judge to create a proxy, who then scribbled the card's name and casting cost onto a basic mounted to include in their deck. This minor event put a spotlight on the growing issue with curling foils. The release of Commander Legends amplified it tenfold. Although the admiration for older foils is
Still
partially
in
rooted in
control.
nostalgia, they are undeniably sturdier and more integral than some of the company's recent offerings. Many secret lair foils have been lackluster and curvy. More and more cards are arriving in boosters already damaged during production, and players are actively reading the packaging information to vet to the manufacturing locations of the cards within. As of now, cards printed in Japan are typically favored over anything made in America. Perhaps these are symptoms of the post-COVID expansion and exploitation of Magic by Hasbro. Or maybe it's been a much slower pivot, from treating foils as bonuses and boosters and gifts to players for attending events, to seeding them as lottery tickets in high-cost products. Pascal Maynard was bullied and harassed for picking a foil-stamped Tarmogoyf during the top 8 draft at Grand Prix Vegas in 2015. He did so because the card was worth $400 at the time of the event. A year prior, foil copies of Jason the Mind Sculptor were nearing $600, and throughout the 2010s, foil Zendikar fetch lands sat comfortably between $150 and $200 each. There are many examples of similar price trends. High-value foils are nothing new to the game. They have always been supplemental to the business model, an explicit incentive to They are also integral to the consumer model. Box and pack openings have been the bread and butter of video formats for trading card games since the early years of YouTube. The unexpected surprise of finding a $50 card in a $4 pack is a universal thrill. Rosewater understood that in 1998, and Media Factory understood that in 1996.
Making me sweat.
Despite their shortcomings, the From the Vault series set an important precedent and proved there was a market for direct-to-collector sales. Wizards could cut the middleman of randomness from the equation and deliver foils and box sets with flashy themes. They could also develop ancillary products that catered to other subsets of players. In 2009, Wizards debuted the Premium Deck series, with a short run of 3 precons targeted at the Legacy Crown. Then came Commander's Arsenal in 2012, which appealed to the growing population of EDH enthusiasts. In 2013, the San Diego Comic-Con experience and continued annually until the 2020 lockdown. The primary hook of all these reprint products were their new illustrations and snazzy foil treatments. Meanwhile, on the main product line, Wizards was slowly increasing the drop rates on foil cards and booster packs. In Time Spiral, it became possible for the first time to open 2 rares in a single pack. Beginning in Conflux in 2009, 1 in every 67 cards was a guaranteed foil. Dropped again to 1 in 45 with the release of M20. This meant that foils were appearing over twice as often compared to those in the first Urza's block, which hit once every 100 cards. In January 2010, Wizards pitched a royal send-off to the Shards of Alara block with the first ever all-foil booster pack. These sold for $11.99 MSRP, a costly markup at the time. They were extremely unpopular due to the low power level of the cards within, the sheer range of possible cards, having 539 total across the block, and the ongoing competition with Zendikar, the main event at the time of release. Despite the flop, the company would assuredly return to the concept with much more intent. 3 years later, in the summer of 2013, the booster pack and box set concepts converged, and the paradigm shifted once more. Modern Masters was the first draftable booster product aimed at enfranchised players and sold at a premium. Taking a note from the earliest years of Pokemon, this experimental set guaranteed a foil in every pack. Unlike the Jungle Boosters, however, foils could appear at any rarity, and given the higher price tag and lower supply on boxes, they preserved their value in the secondary market. Tarmogoyf was the marquee card in the set. On its release, foils eclipsed $400.
Ends up taking the foil Tarmogoyf. He can't bring himself to take the first life.
The release of Modern Masters kicked off the 20th anniversary of Magic the Gathering. Yet, beyond the JSS promos and the From the Vault double foils, Wizards had not changed anything to the fundamental design of their premium cards. The rainbow foil found on Lightning Dragon was stylistically the same rainbow foil found on nearly every card printed since. Pokemon, on the other hand, seemed to have no limits to their holographics. In the first 10 years of the 2000s alone, they experimented with everything from reverse hollows to matrix foils to energy symbol holograms reminiscent of those baseball team logos from Upper Deck. Even excessive patterns like firework burst and cracked ice
a lot on my mind.
print.
And, well...
But Magic never felt like it needed such gimmicks. 20 years along, the core concept had not grown stale. Pack cards carried the same intrigue and exclusivity as they did in the decades prior. When Eric Froelich showed up to Pro Tour Return to Ravnica with a blinged-out Junt deck, he did so to communicate his dedication to the archetype and passion for the game. Aesthetic value was less important than the cultural value. Such a deck would not have been more meaningful if his dark confidants were sunbursted or mirror-foiled or whatever else. These cards were the de facto reference point for luxury and status because there were no alternate treatments. When there is only one mountain, everyone understands what it means to reach the top. 3 years following this tournament in October 2015, the landscape changed again, and a new peak emerged. Accompanying the two sets in the battle for Zendikar block were a collection of 35 deluxe lands called Expeditions. The preview event that took place at PAX Prime felt like one of the last significant moments in Magic, when all eyes were locked on one individual release, and the entire community was collectively celebrating together. The excitement for these cards was outstanding, even more so when fetch lands and junk lands were announced to be part of the series. Expeditions appeared less often than Mythic Rares, but more often than Mythic Foils, equating to about 1 in every 120 booster packs. The foil treatment was slightly shinier than that of the main card, but it was not a glossier finish that elevated their look. Opening an expedition in a booster pack provided an unforgettable experience, especially in limited events like pre-releases where neighboring players could partake in the fun.
Oh, that's so sick. This flooded strand is insane.
This is gonna feel good.
The market reflected the card's novelty upon release, and prices have only matured since. As a direct result of the success of the Zendikar expeditions, Wizards formalized the concept under the banner of the Masterpiece series. The following block Kaladesh contained 54 artifacts called Inventions that featured golden filigree on some of the highest profile cards in the game's history. Like the expeditions, the foil treatment was elevated from the traditional rainbow pattern and concentrated on the intricacies of the card print. Beloved pieces like Soul Ring have steadily appreciated in the secondary markets, and the majority of these cards have become prized collectibles and player-favorite versions. I'm partial to the Sword Cycle myself. The Masterpiece series was short-lived, concluding with its third and final installment in the following block. The Amonkhet's invocations were 54 spells centered around the plane's deities and the chaotic return of the god pharaoh Hippopotamus. They were the first tournament-legal Magic cards to lack a black border, with their frames resembling stone monuments and their text boxes depicting Egyptian hieroglyphics. Accenting the edges were razor-thin layers of gold foil. The community response to these cards was antagonistic and extremely critical. I still remember the attacks from Foresight and Company. Never before had Magic taken such a departure from its traditional design language. Comparisons to Yu-Gi-Oh! And the promo Ancient View. Despite the ire, these have grown to become my favorite major Magic cards in the game's history. The blue spells from this series are especially mesmerizing. The Amonkhet invocations mark a significant step forward for foiling. These are unconventional engineering and offered a new blueprint for holographic application. No longer was Wizards conceptually bound to rules. These cards blended the card frame treatments from the pre-modern era with the white underprinting techniques of 8th edition onwards. They also proved that catch my breath was possible and desirable. Like the inventions and expeditions, they were finished with a much glossier lacquer, a subtle way to communicate a new level of luxury. The Masterpiece series was slated to continue with the release of Ixalan, but was cancelled sometime between art commissions and printing. Wizards claims that the essence of the series would be diluted if it accompanied every major set release. This premature cancellation was, in my opinion, a significant mistake. First of all, Masterpieces provided a thrilling pack-opening experience,
Fit for an
the role
ogre.
of the foil magic card as it was
Notice a
conceptualized in
peculiar
1998.
dagger protruding from the tough,
Their
leathery
rarity
meat.
marked a perfect sweet spot in the collation of booster packs. Opening a Masterpiece was akin to getting a 7th edition foil banner. You had to get lucky, of course, but it wasn't exactly winning the Powerball. A certain amount of scarcity can lead to memorable moments without the feeling of missing
Cautious.
out. Secondly, Masterpieces created a perfect counterbalance to normal foils. Given their bold designs, they were unique enough to attract their own admirers and dissenters. This division is healthy. To this day, there are players who outright refuse the invocations and will only play with packaged versions of the Wizards common 10 cards. Just as many are those who are slowly acquiring full sets. I'm about halfway through my own collection of invocations, an ongoing side project that has taken 6 years and counting. In that regard, roughly 50 cards is a perfect quantity for a mini-series of this nature.
Attention!
Finally, Masterpieces provided an anchor point for the community. Speculation about card selection and frame treatments fueled organic excitement for upcoming sets. Proxy artists could create ambitious mock-ups while collectors crossed their fingers for select reprints. Designing these cards in game also connected the world-building of a play to the physical economy. Strixhaven's mystical archive and the retro artifacts from the Brothers' War are recent examples of how a curated selection of spells can elevate the texture of a Magic set in a flavorful way. They also reflect how returning to this concept sparingly and not in every set can maintain the novelty. Nevertheless, the series was axed just as quickly as it was established. Maybe to a fault, Masterpieces were too commercially successful.
This whole plane
They proved the existence of a deep market of
That'll
players
wake you up of a fine day, won't it?
for alternate foil
I do not
treatments on
need
premium cards.
my
The
senses
success of the
are
modern
sharp as
Masters
steel.
experiment reinforced this perception, and the conclusion of the from-the-vault line left a void that needed addressing. So Wizards went back to the single most important asset in their arsenal, the booster pack. Ravnica Legions released on January 25th, 2019, and it introduced the prototype of an all-new pack opening experience. Later that year, Mark Rosewater announced Project Booster Fund, signaling the end of the centralized identity of Magic and the beginning of its fracturing into multitudes. Up until this point, there was an implicit hierarchy of perceived value in Magic culture. To return to the metaphor of the mountain, foils represented the summit, typically competing only with certain offshoot exclusives or a card's oldest printing. The card's visual appeal was subjective and secondary to its treatment. The foiling in itself superseded individual tastes.
Where do I go from here?
Furthermore, foil versions of high-profile cards that were central to the game's history took on a supplementary role as trophy objects. Their demand and collectability was the organic extension of the culture that produced them. Rarity mattered, but their historical and social value mattered more.
Time to push my luck again.
Communities within niche hobbies like Magic will naturally ennoble certain objects over time. These objects become shorthand representations of the subculture, totems that make these communities proud when they are described in coffee table books and displayed in museum exhibitions. Prior to 2019, the authority to decide which objects were important and valuable still belonged mostly to the players. Pascal Maynard does not pick the foil Tarmogoyf without the presence of this hidden power structure.
That hyena's
Modern
going for
masters
help.
laid bare the company's dependence on the consumer to create these value systems around premium treatments, without which the product would not exist. This is proven by Tarmogoyf's irrelevance in contemporary Magic tournaments, and thus its exclusion from recent reprint sets. Masterpieces began to muddy this dynamic between the players of the game and its custodians. Wizards intentionally selected cards for expeditions, inventions, and invocations that already carried significant cultural and monetary value. The card's custom frames and novel foil treatments were supplemental to the series' success, not its cause. This experiment does not work without reprint capital.
Aye, aye.
The Masterpiece series was the direct progenitor to Project Booster Fund and the Secret Lair Initiative, both outlets that, in less than 5 years, have rendered obsolete the significance and allure of traditional foil Magic cards. The release of Throne of Eldraine in fall 2019 marks the beginning of this transition from the community to the corporation in deciding which objects to exalt. It began with extended borders, showcase frames, and the collector booster writ large, which took the once rare and exclusive foil card and made it commonplace. This, once again, was observable in the markets.
See what you're hiding.
It started as a numbers game. The prototype for Ravnica Allegiance guaranteed 2 foils of any rarity per pack. Throne of Eldraine Collector Booster designated these 2 slots to 1 foil rare or mythic and 1 foil token per pack. Arrows Beyond Death saturated the foil drop rate to an extreme. 13 of the 15 foil cards were guaranteed foil, with various frame treatments distributed across the card packs and rarities. The Ikoria collector boosters that followed reduced this hit rate slightly to 10 or 11 depending on your luck, and Zendikar Rising collector boosters complicated the formula further with the chance of hitting on the second iteration of expeditions.
Nothing
The
will stand in
Masterpiece
my way.
series was revived here for a moment, but foil versions were reserved for the most expensive packs.
Fall by my hand.
Beyond their price points, the main challenge working against these packs has been one of optics. From the outset, players have struggled to clearly identify what exactly appears in any given collector booster. Not only have the distribution numbers repeatedly fluctuated from set to set, but the seemingly infinite possible combinations of foil and frame treatments have resulted in mixed signals from brand representatives and marketing departments. In November 2020, Commander Legends multiplied the permutations with the debut of an all-new type of foiling. The bullet point list of the sets accompanying collector and even more confused.
Over there.
This new treatment, officially named Foil Edge, marks the first significant departure from the traditional rainbow style. Characterized by a flaky texture reminiscent of gold grain, Foil Edge cards appear to work with the touch. While the aforementioned traditional foil cards have struggled to maintain a playable rigidity due to poor quality control, Foil Edge cards stay perfectly flat and straight. This is because the effect is achieved not with a layer of polyester laminate, but with printed metallic inks. Removing these metallic inks with acetone reveals the normal white cardstock beneath. As such, this treatment offers an alternative solution to the growing problem that plagues your Magic cards. The following April, the foil etching treatment appeared again in the Mystical Archive, Strixhaven's pseudo-masterpiece series. Cards from this collection were also printed in non-foil and traditional foil, as well as with alternate art versions exclusively in Japanese. The foil etching treatment here was far more subtle than in Commander Legends, illuminating only the golden bevels along the card frame. While some players found these versions underwhelming, I believe this is where metallic inks work best, as accents rather than bases. The Mischief Secret Lair version of Cut to Ribbons provides another tasteful example of the foil-etched treatment in gold. When applied with restraint, it elevates the artistry of the illustration. The development of the foil-etched technique for Commander Legends and its subsequent repurposing for Mythical artifacts set a new precedent for Project BG3.
This is my happy
Wizards of the
place.
Coast took another page from Pokemon's playbook and extended the possibilities for foiling ad infinitum. No longer were they bound exclusively to the traditional rainbow foil that had defined the previous 2 decades of premium cards. The company could theoretically develop a new foil treatment for every major release, then recycle the treatments on exclusive cards in later sets. In essence, new foils could manufacture new demand. Together with showcase frames and cameo appearances of characters and locations from outside of the Magic IP, the most important card inside any given booster pack is decentralized and undefined. What was once a single mountain was now an endless range of peaks.
Wonder if the gods are watching me.
Is this your first time on the Salt Coast, Lazel?
Yes. It is much
Printing
more
technology has advanced considerably since the mid-90s, and the market for foil laminates has followed in its
Just wait till you see Baldur's Gate.
Every pattern
You'll never
imaginable
want
is
to
now
leave.
being sold for industrial use, with brands like Nobilis and Foil Co. offering pages and pages of stylistic options to clients. From business cards to wedding invitations,
My
and
dogs
still
are
more
barking.
boxes of toothpaste, foil laminates are omnipresent in everyday life. Even my gift bags at Christmas this year were stuffed with holographic tissue paper. In the past few years, Magic has capitalized on the availability and expansion of polyester laminates and significantly altered their product line as a result. Since 2020, there have been at least 15 new foil treatments introduced to the game, each one offering a thematic tie-in to the identity of the plane visited and a ready-made sales pitch for the marketing department. More often than not, these new foil treatments appear exclusively in collector boosters and high-end supplemental sets. Long gone are the days of opening masterpieces in draft boosters. Modern Horizons 2 released a couple of months after Strixhaven. The product's target audience of old-school players inspired Wizards to revive the pre-modern frame and foiling for Project Booster Fun, which included the iconic shooting star from the late 90s. Staples like the Zendikar
These
Fetch
things have
Lands
stayed
and select
interesting.
time-shifted cards from Modern Horizons 1 were reskinned with retro frames. However, due to printing inconsistencies, the faces of some cards were covered entirely in foil, rather than staying constrained to the frame like the classics they sought to emulate. Mistakes like these really spoiled the callback. These retro-framed cards were also available as foil-etched versions, which made for a
That
strange
symbol in the
mashup
blood.
of old.
What does it mean?
Next came Adventures in the Forgotten Realms, Magic's first complete crossover set to feature an outside intellectual property. As part of the Love Your Local Game Store initiative, Wizards sent all premium members of the WPN 5 beloved retro-framed cards in foil, one for each color of mana. Stores also received 2 foil copies of every rare and mythic in AFR, with the D&D ampersand overlaid on top. 80 cards in total adapted this treatment. This Sphere of Annihilation is just a bit glossier than the normal foil, and by my eye, the ampersand outline was produced with a thick layer of white underprinting. Like the Fate Reforged double watermark, this idea looked better in concept than in print. Innistrad Midnight Hunt and Innistrad Crimson Vow closed out the final months of 2021, but their special foil treatments would be reserved for the double feature release in January. Instead,
Whatever killed
the
those
final
gnolls
novelty
might
of
be
the year was
nearby.
found once again in the
Careful.
Secret Lair Mischief collaboration, which released at the end of November. Along with the elegant use of foil-etched gold was a unique application of silver laminate. This Grim Tutor is technically considered a traditional foil, but the extra substrate has muted the rainbow pattern and given the card a shiny, mirror-like quality. Stare close enough and you can see a reflection in the skeletons, which I like to think was a poetic choice.
I'll give it a
The
bloody
same
good try,
technique
that's
was
for sure.
repurposed for the silver screen foils
Anything
of
you can
Innistrad's
get, bad
controversial
gas.
collector set. Although Double Feature endured some well-deserved
charmer.
criticism, This subtle and understated foiling emphasized the darker tone of the Gothic plane, and shifting the frames and illustrations to grayscale made them some individually memorable
no more.
cards.
Leave us in peace, and we shall leave you in kind.
Look reminiscent of old Hollywood.
Cut the crap,
Tapping at the window
Anders.
evoked
I
those
know what you
silent horror
are.
flicks when
Don't
rendered
let her
in
hurt
black
us.
and
Please.
white.
We just want to go
Legibility
home.
issues aside, nothing here was worth the higher price tag. I did love the booster pack design, but that's a video topic for another time. 2022's first major set release was in February with Neon Dynasty, a vibrant return to Kamigawa that brought new showcase frames, movie lands, and a futuristic foil treatment. Neon Ink was featured exclusively on Hidetsugu, Devouring Chaos, and appeared in 4 colors of ascending rarity. Yellow was the designated WPN promo for the set, while blue, green, and red appeared only in collector boosters at less than 1% per pack. Wizards stated that there would be half as many green versions as blue versions, and a quarter as many red versions as green versions. Reddit user Humion
The Archduchess will be delighted when we return with Cop. I never was good at playing the coward. There is no beast here in the Hell's Eye. You do well to range all you want, Koyak. Burn with the might of the Hells. Zariel will find
Neon inks had to be silk-screened atop the finished cards, and thus appeared matte against the foil. In general, players accepted the company's gambit of turning an otherwise average and unimpactful card into the chase collection of the set. Now, nearly 2 years removed, the Neon Inks Hidetsugu have become a memorable icon of Neon Dynasty's rollout. In the same vein, this was the first major instance of Wizards overtly manufacturing artificial rarity for select foil cards. While the Hidetsugu experiment was more or less in the ecosystem, it introduced yet another dial to turn within the collector booster. Prices have followed the drop rates, with Neon Red Ink copies running nearly $1,000 for a card that has no tournament playability or historical relevance. This was not a fetch land or a soul ring or a blood. It was brand new creatures specifically from the Dynasty. It was the company, not the players, that decided it deserved an arbitrary deluxe treatment. It was the company that fabricated its availability. Given enough time, the company will repeat this approach and push its boundaries to further extremes.
Let's go.
Following the celebrated release of Neon Dynasty was Streets of New Capenna, and with it the debut of Gilded Foils. To match the Art Deco atmosphere of the fictional city, Wizards developed a decorative showcase frame with ornate panels running along the edges. Gilded Foils elevated this design by slightly embossing the frame with a layer of reflective gold foil. According to senior creative director Lisa Hansen, this was achieved with a three-dimensional hot sketch, never before used in Magic. This treatment looks magnificent and resulted in a shining example of combining world building with product design. Streets of New Capenna also had foil-edged versions, traditional foils, 5 alternate frames, region-specific box toppers, full art metropolis lands, and even a Phyrexian frame for the Wayward Urabrask. The era of product saturation has required that every set be released with an in-depth article explaining where to find every possible combination of forms and frames. The infamous collector booster infographics have all but tempered the confusion. The quantity of product types per set has multiplied the options further. No longer are foil Magic cards enough. They have to be supplemented by a new frame and pedestal.
Victory awaits. On the move.
Well, so much for peace.
You've made a grave mistake.
Fuck yes.
By an exclusive and costly collector commodity. When everything is special, nothing is. This maxim will define the wonder era of abundance. Nevertheless,
And if any of Mummy's little friends want to pick...
Double Masters 2022 was the next release in July. The primary gimmick of this draftable reprint set was that every pack would contain 2 rares and 2 foils, depending on the year contained. Foil-etched cards returned again, establishing themselves as a now mainstay of the collector booster experience. The set's novelty treatment was found on 5 borderless mythic rares with textured foil card faces that appeared in 3% boosters. The left pattern resembled engravings that reflected light into rain. Texture was achieved like the one used on foils, but no press release could confirm this. 2 months later, textured foils appeared again in Dominaria United on 41 legendary creatures depicted in stained glass. These cards were hybrid amalgamations of the glossy masterpiece foiling, paired with a white text on colorful frames. The textures were not uniform across the cards. The line work from Double Masters 2 appeared behind the title line, power and toughness blocks, black borders, and on a grid like glitter. That it could easily be mistaken as foil.
Hope you're keeping well, friend.
Master will never forget him. And collector information along the bottom edge. Traditional foiling on the M15 card frame will shine through the letters, since the text is no longer being double printed with white ink, while foil-etched cards will appear matte, like their non-foil counterparts. In October 2022, Magic took its first voyage to space and returned to the another new foil treatment. Exclusive to Infinity was the so-called Galaxy foil, which appeared on an array of lands and spells found in collector boosters. Embedded in this pattern were tiny stars and swirls and suns, with jagged edges like those from 8-bit video games. This laminate is virtually identical to the 2nd edition Pokemon holofoil, which makes me wonder about proprietary rights and trademarks of such things. Galaxy foil was also used on the totally spaced-out secret lair that complemented Unfinge's launch, and to date it has only appeared on cards set in the cosmos. In the same month, Magic ventured into the Warhammer 40,000 universe. Each collector's edition of the Precons featured a fully foiled commander deck sporting a new holographic pattern. Surge foils moved from corner to corner with a rainbow refraction, and their pattern resembles the gentle ripples of water on a lake. This treatment is glossier and much shinier than traditional foils, and has reappeared on 2 subsequent Universes Beyond products in Tales of Middle-earth and Doctor Who, which may signal a pattern.
Felt good letting off a little steam off. Granted, the fire lasted a little longer than it should. Careful, soldier. Hear that? Won't be seeing my mechanic anytime soon, so I'll just make the most of... But meanwhile, the first time I faced down those... Who knows? Maybe I can run... Thank you.
Battles between Urza and Mishra. The Brothers' War was a thematically rich magic set defined by archaeology and the unearthing of ancient relics. To complement the narrative, Wizards hand-selected 63 memorable artifacts from Magic's history, retrofitted the cards with the old crown frames, and scattered them across every type of booster pack available in the product line. Like the Strixhaven mystical artifact spells, these cards could be opened in a designated slot in every normal draft booster, and as a result, it played a pivotal role in the limited metagame. To raise the stakes for the collector booster, Wizards took a huge swing on a new concept that is common in other collectible hobbies. Each of the 63 schematics would be numbered out of 500 and printed as a double rainbow version of the traditional foil.
Still breathing,
Doing the math,
despite everything.
Printed 31,500 serialized artifacts in total. Writer Cliff Daigle estimated the pull rate to be less than 1%. equating to one serialized card for 2 cases of collector booster boxes. Serialized cards, like the Neon Inks and Etsugu, marked the second overt example of manufactured scarcity in Magic. The concept was first tested and seeded in various secret lair products on its first to only 100 copies stamped and printed in late 2021. Collectors quickly narrowed in on these drops. The current listing suggests the floor is set at roughly 2 grand. The Brothers War schematics have more variants to their price points, with listings ranging from a couple $100 to a couple thousand. Some cards are inherently more desirable than others due to playability or rarity. Sales are difficult to track because of the sporadic nature of their appearances in markets, and the community has speculated that certain numbers like 269 will always carry certain tax, while 001 and 500 will demand equally special pricing. I find serialized cards pretty uninspired and too obviously targeted. While booster packs have always been physical loot boxes, they have never been so blunt in casting their lure. Normal foils can theoretically add a layer of collectibility, but serialized cards feel totally arbitrary in their appeal. Once again, it is the company that is making the decisions about what is special here, not the players, and I can't see beyond the contrivance. I'd much rather have the draft booster equivalents that I pick up while playing the game. At least those will evoke good memories of great times with friends. Just as well, collector boosters were proving to be short-term moneymakers at the cost of long-term sustainability. Around the same time as the release of the Brothers War, Business Insider journalist Matthew Fox reported on an alarming call between Bank of America and Hasbro. Analyst Jason Haas claims that Bank of America downgraded Hasbro stock due to the mismanagement of the Magic the Gathering franchise, or that the company was killing its golden goose. The target stock price fell from $73 to $42 following the call, and year-to-date in November 2022, overall stock was down 44%. Nevertheless, a new year was approaching, and with it, more opportunities to deepen the cash.
Hey, good looking.
Out of sight.
In April 2014, Magic crossed a major milestone with over 5,000 judges officially registered and active in the judge program. To celebrate this achievement, Wizards sent out foil promos of Force of Will with new art by Matt Stewart to all judges who had onboarded and certified other members after 2005. Copies of Greater Good supplemented the communal theme of the celebration. Rounding out the year's loaded batch of promos were a few commander staples, a retro-framed Sword of Feast and Famine, the first of its kind, and in my opinion, the single coolest card the program has ever produced. An Elder Grand Cenobite printed in highly esoteric Phyrexia language. Beyond its aesthetic flair, this card was a powerful multi-format all-star that appealed to grinders, collectors, lore lovers, and the gamut of Magic fans far and wide. For years, you couldn't find a copy under $500. The beginning of 2023 marks the first return to Phyrexia, a metallic world corrupted by glistening oil that converts biological creatures into cybernetic monsters. Phyrexia All Will Be One explored the innards of this hellish plane, and further entrenched the Praetors as Magic's quintessential villains. To honor their glory, Wizards went all out on clothes and frames, resulting in an overload of alternate treatments and an overwhelming series of infographics on where to find them. 2 innovative foil treatments appeared in All Will Be One. The first, named Foil Slick, was a continuation of the Odyssey technique from Capena and Double Masters 2022. 5 full art lands and the set's 20 mythic rares featured black silhouettes raised against silver backgrounds. These looked and felt the most plastic of all Magic cards ever made, with the basics being notoriously difficult to differentiate on how. The second novel treatment was preluded by the Secret Lair Showcase 7 Complete Edition. 67 cards ranging from commons and mythics across 4 separate frames populated the slots in collector pictures. All evidence shows off the Phyrexian eye symbol evenly spaced in purple rose or an iridescent background. The surface is extremely glossy and captures smudges from fingerprints, with a texture that feels less like a playing card and more like a sticker. Both the oil slick and step and complete foils were thematically resonant treatments that worked better in card sleeves, proof that developing new flow techniques for magic cards is an ongoing push and pull process. In the narrative, Elechnor endowed herself with the title Mother of Machines. To reflect her noble status, her card was printed with 3 foil options, 4 illustrations, and 5 printing treatments.
Ready for another round?
She appeared in pre-release packs as a promo, in both bundles, and in all 3 tiers of boosters. The card single-handedly marked just how outrageous and incomprehensible these products were becoming, with no real way of knowing which of the countless versions mattered more than the others, and where exactly they would show up. The set also had 3 separate series of full-art basic lands. There were 4 mango planeswalkers. Even the Phyrexian language appeared in remarkably high quantity for the first time since the Elbow, including on Elechnor, but was overshadowed by all the other specials. March of the Machine arrived in April 2023, and with it the climactic conclusion of a story arc that began back at Cult.
Taste my fury.
In a villainous attempt to conquer the entire multiverse, the Phyrexians invaded nearly every plane in Magic. Rising to the defense of their homelands were a series of distinguished legendary creatures from every realm outfitted in showcase frames or sets.
This could be fire, baby.
Like the mythical archive spells and the retro artifacts, these legends appeared in every draft booster and sometimes in traditional
So much for peace.
In collector boosters, they took on a new treatment called Halo Flow, a swirling pattern that looked like moving paint on water. March of the Machine also returned to the double rainbow serialized cards for the Multiverse Legends and the 5 breakers, dropping in less than 1% of collector boosters. Thematically, this set was successful due in part to the showcase frames. Opening draft boosters and seeing cards from all of the previous planes in one pack was flavorful and fun. The quantity of alternate treatments made perfect sense and justified the excess, and these reprints elevated the limited environment to the power level of a cube. March of the Machine was the rare case of indulgence for indulgence sake, a well-earned capstone to a multi-year endeavor. All of B1 and March of the Machine sketched a new series of blueprints for the product architecture teams. Their designs would be put to the test for the release of Tales of Middle-earth, Magic's adaptation of The Lord of the Rings, and the debut set of the Universes Beyond Initiative. Every stunt and scheme harkening back to the beginning of Project Booster Fund would be utilized for this release, which by all measures was incentivized to hit record-breaking sales as proof of concept for future crossover. Tales of Middle-earth does not exist without Project Booster Fund, without the slow and subtle prying of the bonds between players and collectors, without the dissolution and repackaging of what is special and important. Tales of Middle-earth was an average-sized Magic set of 281 cards. By the end of the year, following the holiday bundle release with new frames and foil options, these same cards would be reskinned and retreated, bringing the total to 854 cards, not counting traditional foil on normal versions. Altogether, there were showcase scroll frames on double-feature silver foil. There were borderless poster cards. There were serialized borderless poster cards. There were borderless Hildebrandt cards. There were borderless panorama cards. There were serialized realms and relics cards. There were Surge foil realms and relics cards. There were Surge showcase ring cards and borderless rare and mythic rare lands. There were Surge foil extended arts The Lord of the Rings Tales of Middle-earth rare and mythic rares. There were Surge foil full arts Middle-earth map lands. There were Surge foil double-faced tokens. There were Seed boxed rare and mythic rares. There were non-foil extended arts new to Magic Jumpstart Volume 2 rare cards. There was a rampant growth play promo. And there was an 8,000-word article on where to find all these special cards and special treatments, with special percentages and graphics and flowcharts. The Lord of the Rings is tentatively a tale about human greed. And to reinforce that metaphor, Blizzard printed serialized double rainbow foils holding the bottom up as rings of power. There were 300 printed for the Elven Kings, 700 for the Dwarf Lords, 900 for the Royal Men, and And again, there were infinite scenarios where this resulted in bad publicity or personal harm or theft or general widespread distaste. Instead, Tales of Middle-earth was projected to hit $200 million in revenue last year, on its way to surpassing Modern Horizons 2 as the best-selling Magic set ever. All that without a fan.
One later.
But the year was not over yet. Commander Masters released in August 2023, bringing foil-etched and traditional foils back to the lineup, plus a sequel to the Double Masters 2022 textured foils. The same engraving pattern was applied to 9 high-profile borderless commanders, as well as the crown jewel of the collection in EDH's favorite Lotus. Textured foil copies of this card are currently in line with the prices of Masterpiece Soul Rings. On a personal note, I would rather these be called etched foils, and the current foil etched cards be renamed something like metallic ink foils. The etched texture is the marquee characteristic, after all. To that effect, Halo foils look much more like an oil slick than those Phyrexian painted. Following Commander Masters was a return to the fairy tale land of Eldraine in September. Once again, a dedicated slot in the draft booster would be filled with a beloved enchantment reprinted with new frames and storybook art. Borderless anime alternates were produced for Project Booster Fun, with some sporting an all-new confetti foil. This treatment is extremely subtle and less exposed to direct light, with the foil refracting into thousands of tiny sparkles. To date, only 20 cards total have been printed in confetti foil, with Mystic Study being the most valuable, but that will undoubtedly change by this time next year. The final clear Magic set released in 2023 was Lost Caverns of Islam, the second edition to the Mesoamerican-inspired land of pirates and dinosaurs and buried treasure below. The product landscape was similar in shape and scale to that of Kamigawa Neon Dynasty, with full art, plane-specific basics, showcase frames, and another series of neon ink cards to seek out in collector boosters. Like in Neo, the colors denoted rarity, with yellow being the most common and a new 3-color treatment usurping red at the top. Unlike in Neo, this Cosmium ink treatment was printed on 2 high-profile, heavily played and collectible cards in Cavern of Souls and Mana Crypt. The former card provides a unique case study to carefully watch over time. Currently, the 3-color neon ink version is the most valuable, but how long until it is reprinted with the latest foiling technique, in a rare as collector booster, with a serialized number denoting its scarcity? How long until this treatment becomes one of many and falls by the wayside, like the Expedition Cavern of Souls, or the Double Masters Borderless Cavern of Souls, or the Planeswalker Stamped Prolo Cavern of Souls, or the foil-etched Cavern of Souls, or the Ultimate Box Topper Cavern of Souls. Everything is special, but only for a little while.
Fate, dost thou require a new app? Very well. Impossible. Thy part.
Instead, in 0.3% of collector boosters, you could open something special from the Jurassic World collection in a newly dedicated slot exclusive to Universes Beyond products.
Sounds boring.
These mechanically unique tie-ins was the Jurassic Park logo, with a reflective crystal pattern reminiscent of staring into it. I thought I'd quote Dr. Ian Malcolm
Fate,
here,
dost thou require a new... Very well.
People in charge who make impactful decisions just to package and sell plastic lunchboxes, but the metaphor was too poignant and too fitting. Besides, this is just a card game. A couple of years ago, I took it upon myself to wholly foil my Felton of the Third Path EDH deck. Slowly, I acquired pieces from vendors and through trades and by playing in drafts. Like many, I wanted to signal my commitment and passion for the game in a somewhat excessive way, but in a way that the community understood and respected. It is through such signs that we communicate our enthusiasm. A foiled out deck means something in the collective semiotics of Magic culture. That deck is now a time capsule of a different era, one that cannot return. Nor do I want it to. Magic's greatest success is its ability to constantly this game's history, from the printing of Lightning Dragon, to the black borders of 7th edition, to the Masterpiece series, and later the forcible insertion of external media franchises into the Magic subculture, the baseline of what we admire and define as significant has changed. The paradigm has shifted countless times.
Well,
With the
I shall be here in my cap.
as thou desire. An artistic flourish, or the fancy dressing up of our favorite game pieces. For a long time, most foil magic cards signified a step in from the entry point, a flashy souvenir for veterans who wanted to show off, or a memento of a lucky pull from a booster pack. Foils were self-evident in their ornamental appeal and needed no explanation on where or how to find them. They were the rarest form of any given card, the flag at the top of the mountain. But times change, and taste does too, and entertainment companies must innovate on tradition to survive. Every Magic set from the past few years has offered countless options to appeal to every individual who plays the game. The company has cast the widest net possible in hopes that, with every release, one treatment will resonate more than another, that any given card could be the perfect card for someone in particular. What is compromised with this approach is the sense of togetherness that we all used to experience from the presence of a singular point of reference. These treatments all have their own artistic merit. They are all individually appealing, but there are far too many of them, far too often, and none can make an impact before another takes its place. Magic has always been many different games, hub for many different communities, but never before have I felt such distance between all the nodes. I keep thinking about that introductory letter from the Duelist 35 about players and collectors. For a long time, it seems that players preceded collectors, that cards were only valuable later if they were first powerful or useful in a deck. Unlike Pokemon or baseball cards for that matter, Magic's collectability always depended on the richness of the game and the coming together of those who played it. Rare was a Magic card collectible for its own sake. Rather, it needed to be proven in competition in tournament halls or on kitchen tables to be relevant to the culture. Coffee table books and campfire chats depend on good stories, and those stories mean something to people. You can manufacture artificial luxury, but you cannot manufacture artificial memories. Eventually, even the dedicated will start to notice the rule in their eyes. As caretakers of delicate gardens, you must water the flowers slowly and let them breathe. As early as 1995, Wizards of the Coast was testing possibilities for printing 3D holograms onto Magic cards. They experimented with a holographic render of Dragonwell, one of Richard Garfield's favorite cards, that was printed as a sticker and overlaid onto the art box. The project was nixed because the thickness of the stickers conflicted with shuffling, and the art was impossible to see unless viewed at the correct angle. 3 printed copies of the hologram Dragonwell from Revised, and 1 copy from 4th edition exist in the world. In 2014, Amy Weber, the artist of the original Dragonwell, sold a hologram sticker that had not yet been applied to a card. In 1993, Wizards approached with the concept of embedding hologram verification stickers onto Magic cards to prove their authenticity. These emblems would be pressure stamped into the backs, but in testing they left a noticeable impression on the card faces. They were also considered marked cards. This was in the era before sleeves were used in tournaments. Furthermore, counterfeits were not yet high quality, and the culture of collectability for Magic was still in its infancy, so Wizards declined to move forward with the concept. In 2014, all the foil stamps made their return to Magic on Rares and Mythics as part of the M15 card frame. Counterfeiters are much savvier now, and even these have been reproduced fairly successfully in some cases. The foils from the Might of Galadriel Steam Box received a lot of criticism due to their washed out and virtually invisible backgrounds. Cross-referencing the cards with their non-foil counterparts, it is clear that Alexander Monkov's gentle paintings were not strong candidates for the foil treatment. The white underprinting layer was applied to the prominent characters in the foreground, but given the lack of contrast and the extremely light color palettes in the middle and backgrounds, there was little chance of diffusing the foil laminate underneath. Understanding the printing process can help explain why these look the way they do, but then again, they never should have approached these cards with the traditional methods. Instead, they would have made a good case for the foil etched treatment. Invaluable to my research for this project was Tavis King's videos on his YouTube channel, Emma Partlow's ongoing article series on foil treatments at PCGplayer.com, and Max Makes Magic's archive work of the Mothership articles on GitHub. I've linked their work throughout in the sources below. Thank you to my patrons for their patience and ongoing support, to my partners Guard Kingdom and Basilisk, and to you for watching all the way to the very end. I hope you learned something today.
No one stopped me yet.
This vessel is at thy disposal. Thou art the...
Soldier? Aces. Hey, good looking.
Never mind.
So, hey, we've got this soul coin, right? Zariel used to top me up every now and again when she was... Sort of. Next time we find ourselves Fuck you.
A key? Wonder what it opens.
The rot of death. Delightful. Flackets will be done.
Shouldn't have wished to live in more interesting times.
Flackets will be done. Stay vigilant. There are traps here. Unseen. That might be worth a look.
A trap. Time to dance.
I've got a long road ahead. Breathe quiet. Move with care.
With every breath, a purpose. Stay vigilant. There are traps here.
Waiting with bated breath.
Soldier. Something's happening, but not enough something.
Bit of bullshit never hurt.
Have a lot on my mind and, well, in it.
Eager for battle. What's the story?
Still alive. So that's progress.
I've got a long road ahead. What to do?
A dragon rider. My kin are near.
It's huge.
Stay low. It might not see us.
A thing like that could swallow each of us whole, raw or incinerated.